report. I'll open the meeting of the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee for October. And before we get underway, I just want to reiterate the issues in relation to the fact that this meeting is one of the meetings that is video recorded, so it can be televised out to the community, but the cameras only pick up those people sitting around the table and those people presenting at the black table in the front there. So if you're in the audience, you've got no concerns about being picked up by the cameras. So item number 1 is apologies, and we have apologies from the Mayor, Member Chris McDonald. So I take it that Leanne Namani is replacing Chris McDonald, and for lateness, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Mike Lee, and for lateness. So I'll move that they be received. Seconded by Councillor Philippine.
Yeah, but also through you, Chair, that I'll be leaving early.
Okay, thank you. So just put that down. In addition, you'll second the motion. Yep. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Declaration of interests. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation of minutes.
Yes, I have a declaration, 14 and 15. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the submissions. Yep. Okay, so then confirmation of minutes. I'll move that we confirm the ordinary minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, the 6th of August 2015 as a true and correct record. Seconded by Councillor Penrose. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. There are no petitions. We now move to public input, and we have changed slightly the precedence. Okay, we right? Okay, oh, sorry. So first presenter will be Mary Dawson, who's the CEO, I think that's position, of the Auckland Regional Migrant Services. That's Arms Trust, and Dame Susan Devoy. Welcome to you, Dame Susan, as well. So if you come up to the table and presentation, and that okay. We have 5 minutes for the presentation, then we'll move into questions where we'll no doubt elicit more information for the information of councillors.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And thank you, councillors, for this opportunity to once again present to you on behalf of the Arms Trust.
No problem.
Just move it along.
Yes. Yes,
so I just want to put up there very clearly for you a comparison, some comparative data from one of the cities of Australia, Sydney, where migrant and refugee flows accelerated about 15 years ahead of New Zealand's, and migrant resource centres like ARMS were set up in the early 1990s. There are indeed 8 migrant resource centres in the Western Sydney area. You can see for yourselves some of the figures that are relevant, and the fact that West Sydney is of a comparable size population-wise to Auckland. Auckland and the Arms Trust, you can read for yourself, there's a bit of history there, where compared to any of those resource centres in Australia, extremely small, with mainly part-time staff. The point I want to make very clearly here is that the council funding that we've received for the past 12 years has been between 4 to 8% of our income. We have too been funded by MB, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, for the past 12 years, and we've performed very strongly on our contracts. MB's decision made earlier this year was to reduce and now to cut ARMS funding, which is due to their change in priorities. This latest cut, in effect 27% of ARMS income, has the potential to impact hugely on the funding of our core staff salaries and infrastructure costs. This comes on the top of tight cost-cutting, diversification of our income streams, and highly successful grant seeking, including from local boards, and the maintenance of high performance and credibility. The track record with our Auckland Council for the Arms Trust, we believe, has been impressive. We have contributed not through submissions only, but through the actual work that is undertaken by our staff to the Auckland plan and to many of the local board plans. You can see the list of applications that we have made and been successful with. And I draw your attention to the fact that we have also co-delivered several ethnic community forums with council staff over the years. Generally, our programs, whether they're community development, working with former refugees, or whether they're for new migrants, are widely recognised as highly effective, professional, worth attending, and worth funding. The Arms Board undertook over the last 12 months a thorough review of its strategic priorities for the next 3 years, little thinking, however, that the organisation would receive a major bombshell as a result of MB's review of its funding priorities from January 2016. The Arms Trust purpose, our objectives and our activities all speak to and deliver on exactly the key principles of the Empowering Communities approach now being rolled out across Council. This slide shows just some examples of how we believe that we align closely with the ECA through the variety of activities and the variety of relationships that we have in the community of Auckland. In summary, given Arms' strong credibility as a service provider, as a community development partner, and as a facilitator of strong service provider networks and community engagement capabilities, we believe that the organisation can be an invaluable community partner to the Auckland Council under the Empowered Communities approach. As one of the most super diverse cities in the world, and with migrant numbers increasing, it is essential that Council builds up the city's capacity in terms of empowering its migrant communities, making sure that its services are culturally responsive and collaborative, and being inclusive of ethnic communities and their needs and voices. Arms can contribute to the Auckland Plan and empowered community outcomes, but we need to have a community partnership funding agreement to resource our management and staff and infrastructure at the appropriate level. Our proposal, therefore, it is not for 250k, which is in your memo, in your briefing document. This, indeed, however, is the dollar value of the Arms MB contract for a full 12 months. That is the sum of money that we are losing through the cessation of the MB contract. At this point of time, and there is an error on this slide that you're looking at, but you'll see the right figures in front of you, the Arms Board considers that a funding agreement for 175k from Council would enable the stability of the Arms organisation through the next 9 to 12 months. This would enable Arms to develop and deliver on a community partnership over the implementation period of the ECA, and at the same time allow Arms to review and revise its strategic plan, its business model, and its operational structure. In conclusion, now is the time for the Council, not in another year's time when Arms may have become depleted and destabilised, to reach a common understanding across the Council that it needs a strong regional NGO to provide collaborative leadership to make the most of the opportunities created by the city's multicultural communities, and also to address the many social challenges, needs and disruptions that are part and parcel of supporting successful settlement, integration and intercultural harmony. That is our proposal. We hope that you give it serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to apologise that I didn't introduce Dame Susan Devoy, who is one of our co-patrons, the other co-patron being Mayor Len Brown. And I thank Susan for coming today.
Well, in order to kind of give councillors some understanding as to what would be a way forward, maybe I'll just ask, before we have questions, ask Mr. Kimpton if he could just outline his thoughts in relation to what's been asked for today.
Sure. So thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. So look, certainly a number of you have expressed interest in this particular topic, and you received a background memo on the facts as we understood them. That was issued to you as early as possible to provide the information that would inform this discussion. So Councillor Wood, as Chair, has asked what an appropriate resolution might look like, apart from thanking ARMS for presenting to their concerns today. So one option, and I put this to you, but certainly you'll have the discussion shortly, would be to consider in two respects, well, two actions that maybe staff can assist with. The first one is to contemplate what sources of funding are available and what trade-offs might exist, because we're working within a fixed budget, so we could give you advice on where those trade-offs might occur with other activities within council. And the second one would be for us to pick up with MB and ARMS further discussion around how we might work together on this particular issue for an important part of Auckland's community. So it'll be along those lines would be my suggestion, but you may also want to consider other suggestions on a resolution.
Well, okay. Well, if you can
Well,
put together some...
Certainly. So we'll put some words together on that. We just haven't had the chance to do so yet, and that may give you something to then discuss in amongst your own questions of the speakers today.
Right, I've got a question from Councillor Casey. Stage. Is there any other questions? Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Fletcher.
First of all, Mary and Susan, thank you both very much for coming along to the last meeting of the Community Development and Safety Committee, which was back in August and focused on refugees and migrants. And I'm under no illusion, if we'd known at the time that the government was pulling the plug on funding for ARMS, it would have started there in terms of advocacy. And personally, I'm horrified, and I want to know from you both what this means for refugees in Auckland. And we're not just a funder or potential funder, but we're also an advocate. And I would like to know from you the consequences of the decision not to fund for the refugees in Auckland.
You're asking specifically about former refugees? No? You see in front of you two handouts which are about two very strong community development projects. One is the WISE Collective. I think many people in this room, I hope that you know about this. It has a regional reach. It is an empowerment and economic enterprise project for former refugee women. The other projects are the multicultural playgroups, which are particularly set up to bridge new refugee families through the ECE process with their children into mainstream. Now, those are two areas where no one else has worked. No other organisation has been able to work with the refugee communities of Auckland in a multicultural fashion. There are many efforts by individual community groups to meet the needs of their own people, but they are ethnic-specific activities. What we as an organisation endeavours to do is to collaborate with as many organisations as we can, particularly the Auckland Refugee Community Coalition, to deliver community development projects. The loss of this funding impacts on the infrastructure, the core staffing. If we don't have strong, robust management and financial processes and procedures and the kind of leadership that can be provided by an organisation that's been doing this work for a long time, then I have a real concern about the fallout in terms of how well we can continue to maintain our community development work and how we can continue to extend it across the parts of Auckland that need such projects to be successful.
Thanks, Mary. Just to signal to the Chair that I would be definitely looking at a B, which signals to the government this council's displeasure at the pulling of the funding.
Okay,
So I'll be
well,
working that up
just-
in the next
just
5
on
minutes.
that though, Councillor Casey, I think, you know, we've got to try and work with the government on this because it is.
Can't hear you,
I mean,
George,
the
sorry.
government's increasing the number of refugees over the next 3 years, I understand. So that's an issue that we have to address. So I think, you know, after the last mayoral and the central government forum here, Anne Tolley has now come on board and is having dialogue with Mr. Kimpton, and that's working reasonably well at the moment, I think. So I think that is a process that will get benefit. So let's see what comes up from the people that are thinking about the wording now. Maybe you can have a look at it to see if it...
Oh,
if it's
with
satis-
respect, I doubt that that will be in the wording that's being worked up. So I'm very happy to work up a B and have it before the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Philippina.
Thank you, Chair. Well, one of the questions I had has already been answered in regards to the impact on not only the staff but our community. But I do, however, just want to acknowledge Graham Bodman in regards to the work that he did when the announcement was made and meeting with you, Mary, and I just want to acknowledge both you and you as well, ma'am. My question is, in regards to this, and this is more centred on to Dean. Dean, I'm assuming or I'm hoping that any recommendations that we see now may have at least a mention of the annual plan process in regards to sustainability moving forward into our annual plan for next year, because I know what you've said, so I'm just putting that on the table. And my question is, will the recommendation at least be included in our annual plan process for next year around our funding for arms?
Correct. Our recommendation would suggest that any funding options discussion, a paper around that would be presented to Finance and Performance.
Cool.
Because
Yep. No, that's all.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. So the 107 and the recommendation is to cover obviously the mention up there, which is 9 to 12 months. That's the one that you're working within the unit in regards to your department.
Correct. So we will look at what the options are.
Oh,
And
it's 175, sorry, not 107.5. Okay.
175.
so we will, the paper that we prepare will look at the implications around that funding
Okay.
on other activities that you've also chosen to fund and provide guidance on
Okay,
where those
thank you.
opportunities may or may not lie.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I welcome you back. It's good to see you here. I have a question, but before I touch on that, because there has been a long association with arms and this council, and the awareness that I have on the work that it has undertaken for our community for a very long period of time, and recognising the government in its desire to ensure economic independence and empowerment of our ethnic communities, perhaps may have overlooked some of the social needs of our refugee and migrant community. And to that end, I was wondering whether Dame Susan Devoy could be permitted to speak on what her involvement has been with arms over recent years.
That's a question for you, Dave. Thank
Sure.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I think I was approached to be a patron of arms not long after I started in my role with the Human Rights Commission, and it fits very succinctly with my mandate. I think, you know, unfortunately Mary repeatedly has to come to organisations for funding, and while we can debate the merits of who's responsible, whether it's central government or local government, Councillor Fletcher raises really important issues around the social implications of the lack of funding in these services. So I know personally that Mary has delivered well and beyond the call of duty. If you look at examples like the Wise Women's Project, that's done through fundraising and hours and volunteers, and enabling empowering women actually to develop their own lives and self-esteem and develop their own work streams. So I don't know how you quantify that. Well, you would understand how you measure that effect. So I think whilst the withdrawal of the MB funding is possibly catastrophic to an organisation like ARMS unless someone else steps in, we do need to raise the question with government as to how they see migrants in terms of they are seeing them currently as economic migrants. So what ARMS is doing, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I'd hate to predict the consequences if we draw the funding of an organisation like ARMS, who provides such enormous value in terms of social cohesion for communities that are actually at risk.
Thank you.
And I suppose the second part to my question is that there has been an awareness of the presence of ARMS for that community, and it's been a stable presence over those years. Perhaps for some who may not be aware of the work of ARMS, the base that they have in Mount Roskill has been well placed to serve those communities. Mr. Chairman, I think it's really important, without wanting to in any way interfere with the proposal by Mr. Kimpton, and I too want to acknowledge Graham Bodman, who has been working with us over the last month to try and come up with appropriate support. But I do think it is important that we go to government identifying the way in which ARMS has delivered that social gap for those who are challenged with arriving in New Zealand and facing new lives. That has not, in the report that I have read, been adequately covered, and I know Councillor Anai is speaking with ATED and looking at those areas of economic empowerment, but we have not seen a satisfactory explanation on the provision of services on those very real and raw social issues which new migrants have to confront. So I would be supportive, if Mr. Kimpton is crafting a proposal here, I would be supportive and happy to see strong advocacy to central government on that particular dimension.
Mr. Kimpton's working on it at the moment, so we'll have Councillor Cashmore.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Dame Susan and Mary, thank you for the presentation. I remember when you first came and spoke to us last year, it was inspiring the sort of work that you do, and our ethnic diversity and increasing number of immigrants to this country, being so fortunate as we are, I would like you to receive. It's important that we deliver a very good service at central government level and local government level to enable and help our New Zealanders as they arrive. So when MB came to you, Mary, with this downgrade of or elimination of your budget, you must have had discussions with them about where they saw the gaps and how they were going to be filled. Could you give us a very brief outline of how those went?
Councillor Cashmore, do you mean a discussion around what they thought we should do to fill the gap?
Or what MB thought how the gap should be filled?
No, not really. They they made the decision based on the review that had been carried out of their priorities. And as far as they're concerned, those priorities do not cover the work that we were doing under our contract. And therefore, they certainly intimated that they thought that settlement is now, in their view, council responsibility, much more than it ever was. And that was kind of the signal we got. I think it's a moot point myself. But I do think that the history of the council in supporting ARMS is not strong, and that we have repeatedly said that we feel that the council should fund us to a higher level than they have. But no other indication from MB in terms of where they thought the gap, how the gap should be filled.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Crum.
Thank you, and thank you for your time, Mary and Dame Devoy. By anyone's analysis, ARMS has a significant footprint in the city, and just in the ethnic panel alone, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in the ethnic panel that doesn't have some tangible or almost tangible connection to ARMS. My question for you, to get some clarity around the perception that the withdrawal of MB funding has prompted you to then come to council asking for additional support. My understanding is that you've been requesting support from us over a significant period.
5.
Okay, so could you just give a little bit of clarity on your understanding of those 5 years of requests? And dovetailing off that, I'd like to support Dean Kimpton's proposed way forward. You outlined a few options, Dean. I think they're all good to go, because at some point we need to make decisions here internally as a table without pointing fingers elsewhere consistently. So your understanding of our 5-year journey with you and the funding request today?
The way I see it is that ARMS' existence has been paralleled by this huge increase of migrants coming into the city, but it's also paralleled the establishment of the Unitary Council. So prior to the amalgamation process for the council, ARMS was doing reasonably well. We had several contracts with MB and so on. Then we hit the amalgamation phase, and that was not a time in which the council really could be looking at some of these issues that we were starting to be concerned about, i.e. our sustainability. Should government funding drop away? So I think what we've faced is the realisation that council has been in the process of A, amalgamating, B, then developing a unitary funding policy, and that has taken a long time, and there has not been the opportunity then to seek regional funding despite asking through submissions time and time again for consideration as a community partner. It just appeared, all I can say is that really, however many times we presented, it was never the right time for the council. Now that there is a regional funding process, yes, we could go into that. But that is insufficient for our needs right now. And also, I don't think it gives sufficient due regard to the role that ARMS can play with council, for council, and with communities and for communities under the Empowered Communities approach.
Thank you.
Can I just add something there? I think, you know, the issue here is the direction that central government are taking towards their interpretation of who and what a migrant is. So what ARMS does, that's really, really important, is actually a voice for the smaller ethnic communities, including the refugee communities who actually have the highest needs. Or the immigration is very much skewed toward Asian, particularly in the Chinese market, seeing them as a skilled, capable services being able to deliver online, which is, you know, makes a lot of sense. But Mary addresses some of the needs of the people that actually, if those aren't addressed early on, will actually have the largest cost benefit to everyone in this community going forward. I just would quote Citizen Advice Bureau having the contract in terms of providing that support for migrants. Well, I think that's in review currently, but that also has some issues posing because of the diversity of the people that are actually delivering the services to the diversity of the people, if you get what I mean. It reflects the diversity around this table a little bit. And so there are things that, you know, are really not quantifiable, and you know, ARMS no longer exists in South Auckland, and that is brought up to me a lot by the local communities. Where do people go for support and help that don't have transport to get to Mount Roskill?
Thank you. The last question was Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mary and Dame Susan, and thank you for the great work that we do at ARMS. I know we're well aware of that. And it must be extremely frustrating what's going on. The question that's in my mind is that MB is saying they are delivering some of the things that you do. And I just want to identify where this duplication service is going to be that they are saying they're doing, and where the gap is with what we're doing in ARMS. Because that's where the whole area stands right now. We need to strengthen what you're doing and put aside what they say they're going to do. And as Dame Susan has just said, there's a difference in their thinking to what we see. And the reality is Auckland is growing at a pace with migrants. It's not slowing down, and their contribution to Auckland is critical of what we've been trying to do. So those are the questions.
Yes, I think it's really important to be clear about the contract that we've lost was a contract that required ARMS to run and coordinate a lot of activities with service providers. So the NGO sector, voluntary sector, government departments, anyone that's providing services to new migrants or migrants generally. And we were running those activities in order to enhance the responsiveness of the city to the needs of the increasing cultural diverse residents. So that was a contract that kept us extremely busy, working with over 500 service providers throughout a year. Into those meetings could also come new migrants. That's the contract we've lost. Now, MB's priorities are all about working with the employers in the business sector. So they are no longer seeing service providers as a priority group. They are really seeing the employers and the business sector and the employer-facing organisations as their groups that they want to work with. So when they say they're taking on some of our activities, there's effectively two that they will be hands-on working with. One is a regional settlement steering group that I have convened for several years, and one is the regional settlement network. My understanding is that though the membership of both of those activities or those groups will be slanted towards bringing in employers and business organisations in order to try and get more traction with those organisations through that greater leadership role that MBC needs to have on the ground in Auckland. That therefore leaves quite a vacuum around the coordination of service provision and working with service providers to adopt good practice. And there is only one of those activities that's left to be run in the community, and that is local settlement networks in the sub-regions, so 4 of those. And MB's word on that is those local settlement networks shall run themselves.
So just on that then, who has the responsibility of new migrants feeding into government agencies and council work, etc.? Who's taken that responsibility to make sure that these people are au fait with how this city works?
So in the previous review, prior to this review, the review that prior to this one was of the Settlement Support New Zealand model. There were 18 settlement support initiatives up and down the country. That model was dissolved, and there was a bidding process for the delivery of information to new migrants. MB provided that contract to the CABs up and down the country. So the responsibility for delivering information to newcomers, migrants in particular, now falls on the CABs. And yeah, that's it really.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, the CABs, it's problematic because you then have to train the volunteers, and the issues of cultural competency aren't actually quite high. The irony is for MB, the positions they're calling, I think, are immigration retention advisors to do some of the work that they've taken away from ARMS, who have to then go to all the meetings that Mary organises so they can actually learn how to do it. I can say that, Mary can't.
Councillor Fletcher, do you want to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the time I had my question, we didn't have the recommendations that Mr. Kimpton has been crafting. I guess for me, C is insufficient. We've heard the gap that is going to be there, the vacuum, to quote Mary, in terms of the delivery of those social services. It is beholden on all of us to ensure the successful integration of our New Zealand family. And I think that particularly for the refugee community, this social gap is not well understood. I believe that going beyond MB to the ministers responsible is really an action that should be undertaken, and perhaps with the support of Dame Susan Devoy. And I would be encouraging of a D at the highest level of the Auckland Council, the advocacy be taken to the ministers responsible. You know, we've got the Prime Minister in Iraq right now. He is understanding of the plight of those citizens. When they come to, I've watched this over 25 years now, that the integration takes a very long time for those refugees, and I think that that needs to be carefully articulated. And lastly, this is a council that has agreed that we just are really struggling with picking up the costs, the social costs that the government is imposing on us. I think it is actually time to go back and actually restate the importance of the delivery of social services by central government and not keep putting them and the obligations on to local government. So I would very much welcome Mr. Kimpton if you could allow us to bring strong advocacy. And I'm not talking about the chair of the committee writing to the minister. I'm talking about the highest level of the Auckland Council actually going and speaking with the Minister of Immigration, and hopefully with Dame Susan Devoy able to provide that information as the representative for the Parliament of New Zealand.
Well, I mean, okay, so you're saying the mayor, but I mean, is the, okay, we've heard the debate here this morning. I think
Well,
that would be appropriate for the chair of the committee to make that overture to the minister.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's just been pointed out by my colleague here, it would be inappropriate for the mayor because he is the co-patron. I'm very happy for you to represent us, Mr. Chairman, but I think it's got to be in person and formalised.
Okay, so we'll change that. Councillor Casey, would you
that's all cool.
and put yours into this D?
Thank you. Yep.
Okay. So there's no other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I don't have a question, I'd just like to speak to it when
Okay, well, I'm going to move it. I move the recommendation.
Are you moving D as well? Can we discuss
Sorry?
this?
He's included.
Well, thank you, Rita.
He has included it, he just said.
So we, excuse me, Chair. So we have first recommendation A, you've got B and C. B, looking at budget, C, looking at direct engagement with MB and Arms. D is moved by way of addition by Councillor Casey. That seeks to do two things. One, to write to the Minister of Immigration, the other one seeking a continuation of that support. You may wish, depending on what you want to do with that, you may want to modify that to put meet with the Minister of Immigration. Yeah, okay. Or you could have a separate resolution again, but that's something for you to discuss.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wonder whether Councillor Casey would indulge in her amendment, which I'm happy to support, the sentiment that I've expressed in terms of the meeting and also the inclusion of Dame Susan Devoy. Good.
Okay, that'd be fine. So what we'll do, firstly go back to A to start with, and I will move that we thank Mary Dawson and Dame Susan Devoy for their attendance today, answering the questions. Is there a seconder for that?
Yep.
Seconded by Councillor Casey. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. So I thank you for attending. I just ask you now to return to the seats.
So, sorry, Councillor Woods, I've just had a word with James from the Mayor's office. We met with the Mayor earlier this week, and James has just informed me that the Mayor has undertaken to meet with the Minister. So I'm sorry just to come in with that late.
Well, you should meet too.
Well, we'll coordinate that between the two organisations, between the two arms of council. So we thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Against, declare it carried. Thank you. Thank you.
Just some clarification around that. Is the mayor then representing the council at this meeting, or is he representing arms? And I think that's an important distinction that we need to know, because it would appear to me that the mayor has gone off and made some kind of unilateral decision to go and meet with the Minister of Immigration, and I'd like to know on what basis, whether it's a personal meeting that he's going to have, or is he actually representing the council?
Well, James can answer that, Mr Liddell, thank you.
Through you, Mr Chair. The Mayor met with Mary and Bruce on Monday, I believe, and undertook to have a conversation with Lewis Holden, Deputy SSC in Auckland, which he did yesterday afternoon, and also to meet with the Minister of Immigration to talk about sustainable funding for Auckland migrant services on behalf of Auckland as a whole.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for that, and thank you for the presentation this morning. Councillor Darby, would you want to move the recommendation?
Well, I didn't draft them, and I think it should be
Okay,
with
well,
the Chair.
I'll move it.
Mr Chairman, can we talk about D? Are we including that in? I mean, I think that I want to hear from MB as well. I mean, we're saying there we're supporting ARMS and seeking a continuation of government funding. I mean, I hear what's being said, and I understand it, but I want to know what MB's... I mean, that's why I'm supporting C. I want to hear from MB what their problems are and issues are, and understand from there how we move forward. I mean, I've no problem with you meeting with the Minister.
Well, there are probably,
that's not what
there's
it
probably
says.
more than one minister. I don't know how many
Well, it
ministers.
is, because we need to meet with whoever's involved. I mean,
so
Anne Tolley as well.
there are different ministers. So I think we'd have to nail that. It'll take some work by our officers, the Mayor's office, to find out exactly who the people are, but it does give the authority for that to happen. So that's why I think D would be helpful. So I'm going to move it. Councillor Darby, you'll second it?
Well, I will. I think Councillor Casey.
Okay,
Casey's good. I just wanted to speak to it.
Okay, you can speak.
Sometimes this chamber's somewhat stranger than fiction, and
Absolutely, we make things
and I thank Ms Dawson and Dame Susan for coming today, and the memos that we received, I think it was last week on this, just to alert us to this. And then I think that was a week after the diaspora hit Europe, and it continues to hit Europe out of war-torn Middle East, particularly Syria. And there lies the fiction, or the strangeness of the fiction, because we sit down here and somewhat remote, we think, at the bottom of the world, and somewhat ignorant of what's happening in Europe. But it's not just Europe. These migrations have been happening for some time now. They're spiked, and our antenna is up, and we're attentive to the migrations that are refugee migrations that are hitting Europe, because there's plenty of TV networks that are in Europe that are recording those migrations and sending them back. They've been happening around the Middle East for a very long time. They've been happening in Africa. They're going to happen more in Asia, and it won't just be through war-torn displacement. Climate migration is just around the corner, and that's the one that we need to have our antennas up big time on, because that will be coming our way. And I guess I'm mentioning this, Mr Chair, because we're talking about an entity which I understand is meeting all its performance targets and is having its budget cut by government. Now, I want to know why, when you perform well, you do well in your sector, and you get slashed. And while that's happening, the risk of the need for those services, the greater need for those services triggered by international events, is pretty damned obvious. So I think we need to marry this up and get the bigger picture and get an understanding at this council, because this city is going to be the place of those migrants and refugees who find their way to this part of the world. They are wanting to be in cities. They don't want to be in small towns. They are primarily coming from cities. That's the truth of it. So the migrations that are happening in Europe should be really taking our interest right now. 800,000 into Germany alone, 75,000 into the US, and we're taking a couple of plane loads. The international pressure is going to come on New Zealand a lot more than it is now, and we will be obliged to take more refugees in particular, and displaced migrants. So let's take a bigger picture interest in this, and I hope the C and the D unravel that and get our thinking around the importance of ARMS and other agencies that are going to be doing that work for us. Because if we don't have that understanding, we are going to have the big problems that Europe is experiencing right now.
Thank you.
Well said, Chris.
Councillor Cashmore, did you have something?
Yes, thanks. I agree with what Councillor Darby is saying. My only issue is that this is a changing feast, and arms has been around, as Councillor Fletcher says, for a long time. So we need to be a bit more flexible, and D, to me, removes any degree of flexibility we have or potentially limits it. So certainly support B and C, and the ongoing discussions with the MB and the government about where we're going to go for the future, and a joined up, coordinated and deliverable approach is important. And D, to me, is superfluous for what that's trying to achieve.
So I just want to speak to this and say that, you know, this Auckland Regional Migration or Migrant Services has been an organisation that has been around for, well, a long time, but as it was stated earlier, all the previous legacy councils, or many of them, had their own policies or programs in relation to migrants, and they actually had offices within their council areas. And since the merger into the new council, things have changed. I think you know, it has been brought together under one umbrella, but now to hear that there's no kind of place in South Auckland where these services are being provided from is of concern. So I think, you know, that we're talking about a wide range of issues concerning the services that are provided. So I don't think, I think that the work that's being done by the Mayor's Office of James Liddell's confirmed that they're doing work there. Mr. Bodman and his team are doing work. So I think it's got to be coordinated under officers, and we've got to have a unified approach to this as a council as well, because it's no use us in this committee, which is a committee of the whole of council, talking about this issue today and not tying up with the work that the Mayor's doing as well on this issue, because it really needs the business case or the work that's put together by the officers to be the cornerstone and the starting point from the work that we do, for the work that we do. So I think that if I'd ask councillors to support this, I appreciate what Councillor Darby says, that the world is in a huge amount of turmoil in relation to refugees and the crisis that are being experienced in other parts of the world. We've indicated that we will do our best, but it's very much smaller than probably what other people in other parts of the world are doing at the present time. But, you know, this whole issue could, you know, rear its head, and it's a difficult situation in other parts of the world as well. So I think this would be a good starting point. It'll come back to it's going to go to the Finance and Performance Committee just in relation to the funding, but it will come back to this committee in the near future in relation to a way forward. That's how it is. So unless there's any speakers, I'm going to put the motion.
Can we put them separately, D separately?
Okay, okay. So I'm going to put B and...
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Point of order. I note that there's no second.
I know, I second it.
Councillor Casey's amendment.
No, earlier I seconded it.
Seconded Councillor Casey's motion. Okay, so we'll do B and C. I'll put those parts. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. We now go to D, moved by Councillor Casey, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. I'll put that. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
I think on the voices that is carried. Thank you.
It should be Councillor Casey, not Councillor Cathy.
Oh, Councillor, oh yeah, well, we're very friendly, yeah.
Let's keep some decorum around here.
In here, yeah, Councillor. Thank you. So we now move to the next item in public forum, and it is Mr. Barry Coates of Sustainable Initiatives Aotearoa. And Mr. Coates wishes to speak to us in relation to the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, which is also the subject of a notice of motion. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome, Mr. Coates.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll try to keep my remarks relatively brief. I come here as a representative of the It's Our Future coalition, which is a coalition of citizens from all walks of life who are concerned about the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. I was previously the Chief Executive of Oxfam New Zealand and have worked on trade and investment issues for 20 years. I wanted to, if we can go to the next slide, thank you. I wanted to just set a little bit of context. Firstly, thank you. Firstly, the issue is not new to this council. There was a resolution in December 2012. The council passed a resolution expressing some concerns about the TPPA agreement. These, however, weren't taken on board, and we face a situation now where there has been an initialing of an agreement, but many of the details, and particularly those affecting local government, are yet unclear. So what we do know on this slide is savings from the tariff reductions are relatively modest. It's 1/100% of exports to the countries that we negotiated with. Most of the agreement, however, isn't about trade, as we think of trade. It's about investment, government procurement, patents, copyright, e-commerce and internet, state-owned enterprises, supply chains, competition, finance, regulatory coherence. And many of these issues are absolutely central to the functions of local government. The TPPA aims to remove non-tariff barriers, but in doing so it imposes conditions on local government's powers to regulate commercial activity. And that's, I think, at the nub of concerns about this agreement. What's also of widespread public concern is that foreign corporations can challenge government regulations or decisions. I should say the details are still secret and there hasn't yet been any objective analysis. So the questions that the Auckland Council may have is what additional costs might this agreement incur? You know, for a start, there's additional cost for copyright extension from 50 years to 70 years that will be incurred by libraries and universities and other bodies. But there are also other costs as well. There are the legal costs for ensuring that decisions of the Council would not contravene the treaty, and those costs may be quite significant because they reach into a wide range of decision making. There's a concern that what would happen if the Auckland Council is sued under the terms of the agreement. Investors can take cases against government decisions. That includes local government decisions. So what would happen in the case of this council being sued by a foreign company that considered that measures were contrary to the agreement? The cost of defending these cases has been estimated to exceed $10 million New Zealand per case, and under current legislation and other agreements, those costs are not recoverable. So even defending a case is extremely expensive, let alone the costs of the judgment itself. So there are also restrictions potentially on contracts, council-controlled organisations, and a range of decisions on bylaws, land use permits and licences, and on the standards and conditions that relate to those. And all of those will be bound under the TPPA agreement. There are concerns that there might be restrictions on commercial activity in protecting the environment, supporting communities, or upholding the Treaty of Waitangi. There are procurement and state-owned enterprise rules which might apply to councils in future. It's unclear as to whether the degree to which they will under the current agreement. There will be restrictions on local economic development activities and impacts on local business, including from patent and copyright laws, which will restrict innovation. So there is a long agenda of issues that the council could wish to know more about under this agreement before it moves to further stages. And the further stages are outlined on this slide, and I'm sorry about the small type of it. This is taken from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade website. We're at stage 1. The text is initialed. So there is a very long way to go. If I could draw attention, by stage 5, we get to domestic legislation passed by Parliament. The timing of this motion, I think, is exactly right, because this is the time that the voice of council needs to be heard in terms of understanding the detail and how this agreement could potentially affect the powers of council and obligations under it. And so that in the framing of domestic regulation, those concerns can be heard. If I could just finish, this issue is obviously of concern to many Aucklanders. 10,000 people marched against this issue in August from all walks of life, doctors, lawyers, economists, people from across the society, and 100,000 people in New Zealand have signed petitions. So it is an issue of very broad public concern. So that's all I have to say. I would ask you to support the motion. I think it's important for the voice of council to be heard. From the December 2012 motion...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
14...
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Yes.
I wonder if the officers made, or you made the submitter aware of the time limit on this?
I think the submitter is aware of the time. He said he's finishing now.
Okay, thank you.
Just to say, as a result of the earlier resolution, 14 councils representing 60% of New Zealand's population have supported this former resolution. So Auckland Council has played a leading role in the past. 8 local boards have recently called on the council to follow up on the earlier resolution, so I certainly hope you do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. Thanks for your presentation, Barry. The question might be asked, given that New Zealand is already, it would appear, party to an agreement. What is the point in this council now passing the resolution that I'm putting forward around, putting the information on the table, openness and transparency, given that we're going to get that information later anyway?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. It's by no means clear yet when the information on this agreement will be made available to councils, to LGNZ or the Auckland Council. In the United States, there is a requirement that 30 days, within 30 days, the President is required to release details of the agreement. So potentially it may be 30 days until that information about what's actually in the agreement is communicated. And I think that it would be good for the Council to try to accelerate that process so that there can be some analysis prior to parliamentary consideration of this on the implications for local government. If I might point out, the second step 2 there, is actually Cabinet approval of the agreement itself. Parliament is not required to vote on it. It is Cabinet approval. Parliament's only role is in framing the supporting legislation. So ideally, it would be good to have local government views before even step 2, which is Cabinet's formal approval of the agreement. So that means that this is, I think, a very good time for Auckland Council to be urging the earliest possible release of the details of the agreement and analysis of the implications for local government.
And just a further question that goes directly to this. So there's really no reason, I'm assuming, why the government could not release the information?
There are issues of agreement between the 12 negotiating parties, but perhaps the government could be representing strongly to those other parties for early release of their negotiating documents.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
It was through the chair to ask our representatives on Local Government New Zealand if the 14 councils who've passed resolutions against the TPPA have made their views known to local government and how that's proceeding. I'm not sure who those representatives are.
We've got Coro Dickinson from the International Relations Department of Auckland Council here, and maybe we, after this presentation, we'll get Mr. Dickinson. He can come and answer that question.
That would be great, thank you.
Now, Councillor Anai, you got a question? Thank you.
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay.
Just a related question through the chair.
Yeah.
If, I think Barry said that 6 local boards, or eight local boards
Yeah.
had passed resolutions.
Yeah.
Can we have that information? That would be helpful.
It's all been sent to us.
I think Mr. Dickinson may be able to give us...
That will be coming as well. Sorry, I can't hear Mr. Chairman because there's some interruptions across the room.
Mr. Dickinson will be able to give you some more information
Great,
on that.
thank you very much.
So, yeah. So are there any other questions?
Well, it's not a question,
Yeah.
Councillor Wood, but I attended the Local Government New Zealand National Council meeting last week where this came up, and I was told very clearly that it is not an issue for local government.
Excellent. Well, okay, thank
So,
you.
can I just ask who said that? Through the chair?
Excuse me,
Oh, look,
local
no,
government.
look, come on.
But
I'm
who's-
saying I am
who's-
Auckland's
who's-
representative
Yeah, I
on the
understand that.
local
Through the
government in
chair,
New Zealand.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
who said that?
Okay, can you answer the question?
National
as to-
Council of Local Government.
National Council of Local Governments, okay?
Has said that there's
It's
no
local
issue here for
government New
local
Zealand.
government.
Local government New Zealand.
Yeah, is there a minute to that effect that I could see, please?
Well,
Right with you. Have you got that?
I can't tell you, but we can follow up because Councillor Webster's obviously got that information or had that information discussed at the meeting.
Councillor Wood, I asked particularly because of local board interest and the fact that we had been sent so many of the resolutions from local government. So I decided, with the Deputy Mayor discussing it with me, that I would bring it up at Local Government National Council.
Great, no, I've no problem with that. Is there a minute to that effect?
So there's not, but Councillor Webster
The meeting was only on...
can report back.
I
You
can't
can
hear,
report
sorry,
back.
through the
You can
chair.
report
Is there a
back.
minute to that effect, Mr. Chairman?
No, I don't know if there's a minute to that effect.
I
Is there
don't
a
know.
minute? Was there anything on writing or any resolution?
I'm sure I can get one.
Can
but
we
I
have
mean,
point
the
of
meeting-
order, please?
Thank you.
We have a presenter here. This is really getting a little bit over the
Well,
top.
okay.
Can the
Okay,
presenter
We'll
finish?
come back to it.
And
We'll
then
come
we
back
can
to it.
get into our
Come
antics
back to it.
later.
No other questions? Okay, well, I'm going to move that we thank the presenter for his Mr. Coates for his presentation.
I'll second that.
And seconded by Councillor Watson. I will put that motion that we thank Barry Coates of Sustainable Initiatives Aotearoa for his presentation on the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Coates.
Mr. Chair, if I could just call the committee's attention, I presented this on behalf of the It's Our Future coalition, so if that could be institutional affiliation changed to that, that would be useful.
Okay, we'll
Thank
note
you.
that in a minute. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Wood.
Yeah.
Barbara had some of the local board resolutions, which she's passed over to Councillor Casey for her information. So that's been actioned.
So maybe seeing it's been raised, Mr. Dickinson may come forward and just give us some advice on those two questions. I think it's what the process is from now on, and what's happening.
Thank you, Chair, and Morena and kia ora tātou, Koro Dickinson aho. If those that are not familiar with who I am, I'm one of the advisors in the Council's Global Partnerships and Strategy team. For my previous experience before I joined the Council a little over 12 months ago, I was one of the negotiators on the New Zealand team for the TPP. So I'm more than happy to ask some factual-based questions based on the knowledge in my head and what has been released over the last couple of days. Barry Coates has outlined very clearly what the next steps are in terms of New Zealand's domestic and parliamentary processes, and those are very, very clear. Over the next 30 days, the US has its own procedures whereby they need to consult with Congress and the Senate. And in New Zealand, we have a parliamentary domestic process that we go through. So one of the key documents that will come out over the next maybe to 30 to 60 days is what is called a national interest assessment, which actually outlines very clearly what are some of the opportunities, obligations to New Zealand because of the agreement that it is signed up to. So what we have now, 2 days ago, we had negotiations that have been concluded and initialed. as Mr Coates has outlined. So there is a domestic parliamentary process that needs to be completed before New Zealand signs up to it. I think we need to bear in mind that there are 12 countries involved, so they all need to go through their own domestic parliamentary processes to assess and determine whether or not the TPP is in their own best interests. And based on my own experience, I think, and as a founding partner of the P4, which was a predecessor to the TPP, I don't think New Zealand would have entered into TPP if they didn't think it was of the national interest of New Zealand economy and New Zealanders. But we'll have an opportunity as New Zealanders to have a look at the national interest assessment over the next couple of months. And there's a really useful and very, very informative website that's been established by MFAT. It's at tpp.mfat.govt.nz, and there's a plethora of useful and factual and very easily digestible facts of information about the TPP. It's a very broad agreement. It's over 30 chapters, and as Mr Coates pointed out, it covers a plethora of non-tariff and non-trade issues. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions based on the information that has been released following the negotiations, but I do encourage you all to go to that website and have a look through what the information is there. It's very, very factually based and very, very useful and informative.
Thank you. Questions? Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you for that. That's really useful because I think it is one of those issues that is exceedingly polarising, and somewhere in the middle, I think, is the information that people are seeking. So my question is, as part of the next 2 months of looking at the text and the implications of this process, when I look at the recommendations or the notice of motion, the recommendation that we passed was that we simply ask for the local government implications to be understood. I think my understanding is that this isn't the throwing it open to everybody to sort of pick this thing apart. Our focus is, local government is focusing on the implications for the council. Is that possible in the 2 months ahead?
I think there's a commitment on the part of central government to, there to be a transparent process, and I think while we could argue around whether or not there has been as much transparency as we would have liked over the last 5 years, there's an opportunity now for us to have a look at the details when the text is finally released, and also to give our feedback on the national interest assessment, and there's various avenues to do that. It will go to the relevant select committee, and whereby New Zealanders or the council is able to present its views on the TPP and what it may mean for Auckland, or at least ask for clarity about what it might mean for Auckland in terms of obligations or opportunities for Auckland.
Yeah, thanks, Colin.
Can I just clarify that? Is that the diagram that Mr Coates presented, this diagram here, is that a diagram that you're familiar with?
I'm not familiar with that, but I'm assuming that it is, based on my knowledge, quite a clear encapsulation of what the next steps are. I think it's important to note that the parliamentary and their domestic processes do include some changes to central government legislation, and the implementation of the FTA is what we've been provided with over the last 2 days, is around 2 years. So it may come into entry into force on the 1st of January 2017 or 2018. But between then and there's the opportunity for the government to change some of the legislation to incorporate some of the obligations that central government may have. And it's very unclear at this point what any obligations, if any, there might be on local government.
Thank you. Councillor Wayne Morgan.
Yeah, just following up on the answer that you gave to the Deputy Mayor, where my understanding that is that you did indicate that there is the possibility of the council engaging with the government over the TPPA. That's my understanding.
That's correct, and we have a very good working relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs offices
Okay.
here in Auckland and Wellington.
So I understand that. It follows then that if this government is interested in, if this council is interested in engagement with the government over this issue, that it's desirable for the council to make a decision that gives us the opportunity to engage. And I'm looking particularly at the resolutions that will be coming before the council later in the meeting. And I would suggest that those resolutions do give this council the opportunity to engage in that process.
Well, as Mr Dickinson has said, he believes that there will be a process in place, but it hasn't been advised at this stage as to how that's going to happen. So it's something which we just have to wait for the process to evolve. Is that correct?
That is correct. The information that is available at the MFAT website clearly states that the central government is happy and willing for the text to be released at some point in the near future, and those details are being worked out. And there is a domestic process, as we've had for all the other FTAs that New Zealand has entered into. There's a parliamentary process, there's a national interest assessment, so this is no different. There's an opportunity for all New Zealanders to make their views known to the relevant select committee that would, I understand, meet sometime in the near future, maybe in the next 3 months or so.
Thank you.
Just one further question that goes to that. Given the limited timeframes that we're working towards, and let's say that this council is interested in engaging with the process, is it desirable for us to start thinking about it now so that we're in a state of preparedness?
I don't think it's in my position to comment on what the council should do or the governing body should do in terms of how it engages. So I would defer to you and your good judgment as to what you do next.
I think the officer kind of has answered that question, Councillor Walker. I don't think he can take it any further at this stage. So, Councillor Crum.
Thanks, Cotto. My question for you is just whether your understanding fits in with my understanding, and I actually wrote down what was on that website, a government website, and I quote, "New Zealand supports release of text before it is signed by TPP governments." Right. So I'll just repeat that again. Yep. New Zealand supports release of text before it is signed by TPP governments. So that's my understanding, and it would be at that time that we can analyse its implications for us in local government.
Okay, thanks.
So,
yeah. Well, we haven't written the debate yet. So.
well, no, my question is that your understanding as it is my understanding?
Correct. I think we've been reading the same information that's available at the MFAT website, and that's correct.
Councillor Casey?
Oh, thanks, Corey. The chair said I could ask you about local government when you came, and my question is, we heard from Barry Coates this morning that 14 councils have expressed concerns, as has this council. And are you, as an officer of council, collating that information so that we can get a sense of what are the concerns of the other 14 councils that have made representations on this? Because I'm really concerned to hear today that local government New Zealand has no concerns about the TPPA.
Oh, I don't know if that was the...
No, that's what I heard this morning.
Chairman, can I just make a point here?
No, I've got you on the list, Councillor Lee. You're coming up, but Councillor Casey, I don't know if that... But anyway, can you answer that question?
Councillor Casey, in response to your question, our team, the Global Partnerships and Strategy team, we haven't engaged with the local government because there's other parts of council that do so on behalf of the council. So the relationship with local government around these types of issues does not sit with our team.
Which team would it sit with?
I would have to defer to the Democracy Services team to advise who that is.
I felt an expectation to answer a question. Look, the interactions with local government are many and varied, so I certainly take Koro's acknowledgement, but you've also got a working group that Councillor Webster is part of, and that's the political representation. But we work with local government in many respects, but I've personally not undertaken any discussion with him on this matter, and I wouldn't expect that I would either.
Just in response to that then, we shouldn't be rewriting history if there other councils have...
No, we're asking questions at the moment.
Yeah. I'm interested in our relationship with other councils on this. This is a national agreement. We are one council of very many. I'm hearing from Barry that 14 councils have expressed concerns. I'm interested in how we're coordinating.
Okay,
That's done through Local Government New Zealand. I'm unclear as to how we feed into Local Government New Zealand, other than to hear this morning that Local Government New Zealand has no concerns about this.
Okay, I think Councillor Casey, that, this is Councillor Kubo, I'm talking. Can you just give me the chance to talk, please? I think that the process has been outlined by Mr. Dickinson, and it is clear that there will be feedback to the public, and obviously local government will be part of that, as is the case with any parliamentary process, and that is the time that we can make submissions. That's right. And once and until that happens, I mean, local government wouldn't be kind of getting involved or doing things just without having the facts, which is so essential to move something, or deal with something like this. So that's the way that I understood what Councillor Webster was saying. So, Member Namani, and then Councillor Lee.
I'll leave mine.
Okay, Councillor Lee. Your question?
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
This is a very, very political matter. It's political in Washington and it's political in Wellington. I just want to make a point here. Members should refrain from steering political questions at the officer. If we're asking for technical advice is one thing, don't ask for leading questions on politics.
I think Mr. Dickinson is actually, he's talking about the process of a very complex situation, and that, if I've heard him correctly, he was outlining what the process has been, and that's where we are at the moment. So if no other questions, I thank Mr. Dickinson, and you can return to your seat, and that clarifies that. We do have a local board input in relation to this from Mr. Graham East of the Albert Eden. But are you here of your board?
I am here. I have my chairman's authority to speak on behalf of my board. I'm not claiming to speak on behalf of the other 8 boards that have voted. But if I could just, before I do just to answer some questions Mr. Dickinson wasn't able to answer. The councils which have voted...
No, you can see that this is a pretty politically charged issue, and so we want to keep it to
trying to provide information, Mr. Chairman.
No, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order?
Yeah, point of order.
Yeah.
Before Mr. East begins, I wonder if you would just remind him of the time restrictions that are placed on submitters during...
I need no reminding.
No, 5 minutes, he knows 5 minutes.
I haven't started.
But I think as you've seen with these issues today, questions do elicit further information. So Mr. East has been here before and given presentations on behalf of his board.
I'm sure he's well aware.
Thank you, Mr. East. Thank you.
Okay. I'm very frustrated that there's a whole bunch of misinformation being given, including the suggestion that we could debate the degree of transparency. So far there has been no transparency, not in relation to the issues that we want to deal with. I put that up there because in the absence of information from the government, we need to go to the NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement, which is the blueprint upon which TPPA is based. Now, if I'm wrong, let the government prove it by releasing the text. But in the absence of any information from them, this is the golden document, and the representatives of Canada and Mexico, who are the joint parties with America in the NAFTA, were assured that they wouldn't be stung by the investor-state provisions. But there, in plain language, for purposes of this agreement, unless otherwise specified, a reference to a state or province includes local governments of that state or province. unless something has changed, that is very likely to be in the TPPA that's just been initialed by our government. Under the American rules, they've got 90 days to conclude the agreement, and they have to release the text within 30. So the text is going to be out within a month. Like it or not, if we don't get it from Wellington, we'll get it from reading overseas websites. And some of the information has already started to come out. The Japanese have put out a summary. Unfortunately, it's in Japanese, which makes it rather hard. They're the most expensive so far. The Canadians have put out a 30-page document. These are summary documents. They don't go into the full text. What we really need is for our experts to actually go through the thing with a fine-tooth comb. Now, in front of you, you have got a copy of the resolution, which was the first of the local board resolutions that went round on the 2nd of September. Turn to the middle page, and you'll see down the bottom of the middle page, points 7 and 8, there's a bit of yellow highlighting. This shows you how local government can be affected in very real ways by such an international agreement. You just go to the experience of Canada and Mexico over the last 2 decades. While I'm talking, I'm just flicking there. 10 cases under the NAFTA, where the governments of Canada, America or Mexico have been sued. There's another 10 and another 10 and another 8, and I ran out of steam there. There's 500 more. Total value $40 billion. And most of them haven't been concluded and aren't intended to be concluded, and some have been withdrawn. They're really just threatening. You've all heard of lawyers' letters where people threaten to sue you if you don't cease and desist something, or you don't do things our way, we'll sue you. That's the sort of thing that councils are going to find affecting the way in which they do things. But just coming back to the thing on the hard copy in front of you, the metal-clad case. This was a case of Guadalcazar City having local people falling ill, and this wasn't just in their heads, this was coming from their doctors. So they went to the state, who closed the dump. Metalclad then sued Mexico. They couldn't sue the state or the city for $90 million US. It went through a panel. This doesn't go through a court of law. It's not like in a domestic court of law. It's an international tribunal populated by people whose day job is investment analyst. So they see the world through dollars and cents and balance sheets and bottom lines. They don't know about environmental concerns or health concerns. They just know the fact that the plaintiff has had expropriation of shareholder value. That's how it's expressed, which is absolutely true. The value of their company has been diminished, but it's been done for good public reasons, and I would say that protecting the town water supply is probably one of the most important functions of any local government. So there's a specific example. Now, we've heard from an officer earlier that the government will transparently release information. They'll only do it if they are asked to do so. And the sort of information that's on the website that was referred to, it's all about the trade benefits. Well, we don't, I mean, you can dispute the trade benefits, but we don't have a big deal about the trade benefits. I'm not terribly interested in trade, except obviously I'd like to see the economy flourish. But the concerns that I do have about issues about local decision making, who gets to make the decisions and in what framework. So we could wind up with things like, should a future government wish to amend the Resource Management Act, it gets challenged through an investor-state dispute valued at millions of dollars on the basis that it's going to diminish their ability to make money. Is my time nearly up? I mean, I could go on, but I think there may be some questions, so I'll stop right there.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. East? No, there don't seem to be any questions. So, Councillor Wayne Walker?
Yeah, just going back to the comment that you make about information being available. If we make the assumption, and I think it's a correct one, that there will be information available on the website through other countries, I would suggest and I seek your opinion, that it's highly desirable for our council to be able to evaluate that situation. Otherwise, we're going to be in an invidious situation where our constituents, Aucklanders...
No, hang on, I asked a question, please.
I'm asking a question.
Well, you seem to be...
well, I'm not going to even have the chance to ask the question unless you want to ask it for me, Mr. Chair. Would you like to do that? So I'll put it to you to ask my question.
Get him out. Well, okay, I think Mr. Walker is absolutely correct, but if you don't ask for this sort of information in a timely way, there's not much point getting the information 5 minutes before the thing's voted off in Parliament, which is what is likely to happen. So we will get the information, but it'll be after Tim Gross's bus has disappeared down the road. We'll be able to see the back of the bus. We want to see the front of the bus, so that we can engage with it.
Councillor Casey.
I think Mr. East did answer my question.
Oh, okay. If you're satisfied with the answer, that's excellent. Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's just through Mr. Kimpton. The third part of the Albert Eden Local Board resolution seeks some clarification, and the first one seeks clarification. The second part, make available to local boards and Auckland citizens the government's response. Can you tell me how we're doing that in terms of local boards, and specifically that Albert Eden request?
We've got the recommendations of the local board, but you're talking about the second one, is it?
Yep.
Doesn't talk about local boards there.
I think I'm also asking how we're going to, it's a bit like the previous question, how are we going to come to a...
Okay, well, it's not probably a council.
How are we going to come to a council consensus with the 21 local boards and the governing body?
Look, I don't know, Councillor Casey.
Well, I'm asking through the chair to Mr. Kimpton.
Okay, we'll ask Mr. Kimpton if he can talk about that. But it is a political decision. You're talking about politics, and Councillor Lee was.
No, I'm talking about the Albert Eden Board's recommendations,
Yes.
C2.
But we make decisions. I mean, people are talking about the fact that the councillors are here to govern, so that's the decision we make. But anyway, Mr. Kimpton, have you got any ideas on that?
Look, my recommendation is that through this is a government-led initiative, and so I would be, if there are the national assessment that's been talked about, that's going to be made available through the MFAT website. So our responsibility, I think, is to direct people to that source for information. In terms of whether we have a view, well, not we, but in terms of whether you as elected members and governing body members have a view on the adequacy of that response, I think that's a political discussion, and you bring that at the right time to the right committee.
So at the moment there's no procedure for formulating a council response. It's just that there are 8 boards who've passed resolutions already.
Certainly, and I think that you need to look at our response to this issue in the same way that we also look to respond on and make submissions on other issues of legislation from time to time, which you do, and that's a political response. So that would be my advice to you. I'm not sure whether you want to set up a separate process.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah,
I'll now move that we thank Mr. Graham East, member of the Albert Eden Local Board, for his presentation on the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor Wayne Walker. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? I'll declare that carried. Now, councillors, we will move to... Oh, no, I think we'll finish this item. That's extraordinary items of business. There's no extraordinary items of business. So now we move to item 8, which are notices of motion. And we have a notice of motion in the name of Councillor Wayne Walker on the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, TPPA. It's been put in and seconded by Councillor John Watson.
Thanks, John. So
I think they may have... Is it a new amended... motion that's now, there's one here we've got here. Have all the councillors got that? It's on the screen. Okay.
Correct. May I just speak to that, Mr.
So,
Chair?
Councillor Walker, yes, you can now
Mr.
present.
Chairman, point of order.
Yeah.
Are you able to amend a notice of motion without any notice?
Yes, you can amend a notice of motion as long as you are the mover of the notice of motion.
Without giving the committee any notice?
I think when he moves the motion, he can amend it.
Because what is the general acceptance of a notice of motion? Is it 5
Okay.
working days?
A
or-
mover of a notice of motion may only alter it with the consent of the meeting. If the notice of motion is not moved...
Yeah, I'll
it
move
is called
consent.
must lapse. So it's been moved. I don't see, I mean, it could be done by an amendment, but I don't think we need to go to that extent. I think Councillor Walker...
That makes a
Councillor
mockery
Watson
of the
have put it up.
process. We need 5 working days
Sorry?
to view a notice of motion, and then you can just change it on the
May
day.
I speak, Mr. Chair?
We request that standing
Called
orders be
amending.
upheld.
Okay, well, if that's the case,
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I will, seeing Councillor Walker wishes to move an amended version and it needs the consent of the meeting, I will move that consent be given to
Second.
Councillor Walker to amend his
By
original
division.
motion. Seconded by Councillor Casey.
May I speak to that?
No.
No,
Oh,
it's just a procedure.
I'll put, oh, well, no, you can speak to that. It's
I'm
not-
able to speak to it under
Yes.
standing orders, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
you can speak to that, yeah.
Thank you. I'd just like to bring to the attention of councillors that the amendments are incredibly minor. The only purpose of the amendments is to reflect the current position, which we all know, where negotiations are partly concluded. So there are a very small number of words. The basic principles inherent in the notice of motion aren't altered at all. They're literally minor tweaks, so that
The principle.
councillors are in a position where they've got something that is more accurate and reflects the current position. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, well, Councillor Crum.
Well, I just think it's the principle here. For those of us around the table that are fastidious on standing orders, I think we're having something changed on the day at the minute. So I don't think that we should be allowing...
It will now depend on how the meeting votes.
That's right.
I'll take a vote, it'll be by division. Thank you. This is as to whether the motion that has been put forward by Councillor Wayne Walker and John Watson on the order paper may be amended as per what is, the rules under standing orders, which Watson has presented. So, start.
Mr. Chairman, so the amendments, are
We're taking the vote now.
Well, how
No,
extensive?
I'm sorry, we're taking
Have
the
we got a
vote.
copy of the
Are they?
amendments?
Sorry?
I'm just trying to bring this one out.
Oh,
This is just...
It's just procedural issue.
So maybe just to clarify, all you're voting for at this stage is
Yeah, I
whether you
understand
give
that.
consent
Modification.
to amend.
Right,
We
well,
understand
I'm sorry, Councillor Brewer, I didn't realise you haven't had a copy of this. So look, we'll take a 5-minute adjournment, and that will enable the secretary to get a copy of it and hand it to all the members of the committee.
amendment. Well,
it might
So,
just help with the vote, that's all.
5-minute adjournment, thank you.
It's on the screen.
copy, which is highlighted as to what the changes are. So with that, we will take a vote by division. Oh, where is Arthur? Come on, we're away. Start.
Yep.
Councillor Anai? Councillor Brewer? Councillor Casey?
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore?
Yes.
Councillor Clow?
Can you come back, because I've just come into the room, I don't know what it's on.
So you abstain?
No ability to amend on the day.
Come on.
Ability, it's just making
Well, I'll
a few
leave the room.
changes.
Goodness gracious me.
Councillor Cooper?
Go back to the
Councillor Darby?
Yes.
Councillor Filipina?
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hulse?
Aye.
Councillor Crum?
Against?
Councillor Lee?
Aye.
Member Namane?
Aye.
Councillor Penrose?
No.
Councillor Quacks?
No.
Councillor Stewart?
No.
Councillor Sir John Walker?
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Councillor Webster?
No.
Member Wilcox?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Asking about that, I didn't get a copy.
12 carried and 9 lost.
That's carried then. So now we go to the motion. And you bring your hands, Councillor Walker.
Okay. Councillors, you've heard from one of the local board members, you've heard from Barry Coates, and you understand the process. I guess what we don't have at this point is a report from officers around the issue, but we do know that there is a high probability that local government will be affected. We know that overseas, where we've got similar agreements such as NAFTA, that local government is affected to a very large degree and affected financially. I've got a particular concern in that areas that I've had some responsibility in this council around climate change and issues to do with the environment will certainly be affected. So businesses and our council wanting, for example, to reduce emissions, to encourage efficiencies in energy or the like, could be significantly affected. That's just one example, but there will be multiple examples across council and also the local board. So what you've got before you is effectively a resolution asking the government to release the text so that we're in a position where we can be engaged with government and also consult with the people that we represent. And what could be wrong with that? I would have thought it was sensible and common sense. So I'll look for your support.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Cooper?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I won't be supporting these resolutions. I think we spend far too much time in this council dealing with issues that are not about the governance of Auckland. We spend hours and hours where we should be getting on with the job we're elected to do. And Councillor Walker said that there was no officer report. Well, that sums it all up. The reason we don't have an officer's report because it's not part of our brief as council. And Mr Kimpton said he wouldn't be working in that space. So it's pretty clear that this is not our role. We will be getting an overview of this. We will have an opportunity to look at it. But if we go demanding things right now, we could undermine the whole process. And if people think that doing this is going to stop it and there's some urgency because this resolution will stop the TPPA, well, they're really mistaken. So I'd rather that we spent our time working on the things that in our long-term plan and in our Auckland plan. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor John Watson.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I can remember when they were setting up the super city, there was a degree of speculation amongst some of the political commentators as to the prospect that the new Auckland Council might develop into a political powerhouse that might even challenge in some ways the national government. I don't think they really had much to worry about, given by some of the comments that are being made here today, because this notice of motion is really just a logical follow-up to a resolution that was passed in the last council back in 9th of December 2012. And if you read that motion, it was concerned both with expressing support for any benefits that might accrue to Auckland and New Zealand, but also balancing that with articulating a degree of concern, and that was, you know, entirely reasonable given the lack of detail that was available then and indeed has plagued this whole process. And I should add, Mr Chair, that was something that was then picked up on by other councils throughout New Zealand. So Auckland Council was something of a leader of that. And when I look through the documentation here, I don't see any reply to the letter that followed that resolution. So I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was actually a response that clarified the concerns that were articulated in that resolution and letter. So that to me suggests at the very least that this council should want, one would assume, to clarify the earlier resolution, because that hasn't happened in 3 years. And if anything, you know, the general, I mean, if you read any of the papers this week, Mr Grosser himself has referred on innumerable times to that common metaphor of swallowing dead rats. Now, I guess he's been saying that, so it'll be just nice to clarify if one of those dead rats is a local government one, and I think this is what this notice of motion is seeking to clarify. And in that respect, it's really just the council performing its fiduciary duty, and no more, no less. I think that's the very least that Aucklanders would expect, that in advance of any release or any points or clauses that might be adverse to the council, that the council's at least had the presence of mind to clarify that in advance. And it's been very clear with the timeline of this whole process that things are rushed, and there's a very real danger that you know, things can fly under the radar if they're not identified and examined in advance. And just to digress for a minute, Mr Chair, it's not as if we haven't been caught out like this before. When we set up the Auckland Council, there was a $200 million tag, wasn't there, bill that came with it, big bar tab for the council. No one saw that coming. No one saw the $500 million for the computer rationalisation. So we do have some precedent here that where council has got caught out and where our ratepayers have ended up paying big time. So I guess what we're simply doing is asking, is this another occasion, or have we got nothing to worry about? But at the very least we should be asking that question and seeking that clarification. Some of the earlier speakers referred to some of these cases overseas, Mr Chair, to do with some of the legal costs, and that's certainly one that jumps out with me. I mean, they're on the record, they're things that have happened. And as we know in this council, as much as anyone, legal bills can be significant, and these are significant bills that have emerged. I mean, there was a reference to the one in Canada, $300 million US. There's a cost of just going to court, which I think Mr Coates referred to. So these are things that we want to, at the very least, clarify. There may be more impacts on local government buried in the fine print, but we should be putting the onus on the government to tell us if that is the case or not. That I would suggest that's our job, that's our duty. We're not interfering, we're asking on behalf of our ratepayers if there is potential fish hooks in here that we should be made aware of. So I guess just in conclusion then, Mr Chair, this notice of motion really goes to representing the public interest. or at least ensuring, as far as Aucklanders are concerned, that there's an objective analysis of any risks. And I think most people would see that as common sense and precautionary. I think we would have overwhelming support for that stance, and I hope that's the one that emerges from the vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So it's been an emotive issue, and as Councillor Lee said, it's been a political issue for quite some period of time. New Zealand's been negotiating free trade agreements with varying nations for as long as I can remember. There were people who were against closer relationships with Australia, which must be over nearly 30 years old now, and it's been a success. And more recently, the free trade agreement with China was, there was people seeing ghosts in the cupboards there as well. When you're negotiating these sorts of things, I haven't had the experience that Corrie Dickinson has had been involved with it, but you could never do it with one arm tied behind your back because you had to go public with your negotiating bottom lines and top lines. So over the next 60 days, we're going to see what are the results of the TPPA. There will be good and there will be bad. And the good has been emphasised so far. There will be some things that might not be so perfect for us. But one thing we've known about New Zealand is its ability to change and be flight of foot. Small country, at the bottom of the world. We have to export to survive. We have to trade to lift our standard of livings and to embrace our growing population. So TPPA will be part of the ongoing movement for opening up of world trade, of globalisation. The National Interest Assessment will give some factual parameters for this agreement. There will be some predetermined position taking, but that is not helpful until you have the relevant and actual factual information. The resolution that was passed at the last council, last term, does that enforce that this council current is obliged to follow those actions? Maybe, maybe not. The vote we're about to take will probably enforce that. But there's nothing to be afraid of in free trade. And New Zealand does box above its weight, and it is nimble. And let's just see what we learn more when the fine print of this agreement is put before us over the coming months.
Thank you. Councillor Penrose.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I didn't support the TTP in 2012, and I won't be supporting it today. We've spent 2 hours so far on two items that are more relevant to central government than they are to local government. And, you know, we're often reminded rates, roads, rubbish, footpaths and community wellbeing is what we should be focusing on. And that's what's in the rest of this agenda today that we'll probably sit here long in the afternoon trying to get through. There's been comments made in regards to computer systems, $500 million in computer systems. I was well aware of that cost that was coming towards us. In my previous life as the Mayor of Papakura, knowing full well that it was going to cost us millions of dollars to refurbish our software. And it's absolutely fundamental and critical because that's going to deliver savings and efficiencies to this organisation. It's going to deliver the rates, roads, rubbish and footpaths that's fundamental and critical to what council's all about. Again, we've spent 2 hours, and in particular on this particular subject, an hour, where it's central government. 2 years' time is the time when you can make a decision on the TTP. In 2 years' time. And vote for what party you want to vote for. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair. It's been said.
Thank you. Member Namani.
Kia ora, the point I want to make and just provide a background is, I think from a Māori perspective, several prominent Māori leaders lodged an urgent Waitangi Tribunal claim on the basis that the TTPA breaches the Treaty of Waitangi. Now, while the Waitangi Tribunal declined the application to be heard urgently, they did keep the doors open for a claim to be considered once the full text of the TTPA is released. What the tribunal did find in its decision is that the TTPA, in its scope, did have the potential to have significant prejudice to Māori, and that the Crown were treating Māori as domestic stakeholders rather than treaty partners. One matter we probably do already know is that there is no treaty provision in the TTPA to protect the interests of the Crown's partner to the Treaty of Waitangi. And of course we do need the full text to be able to assess the full impact of the document, both positive, potentially positive and negative. While the notice of motion that was put by Councillor Walker does not make specific reference to Māori or the treaty, I think its intent is consistent with where I'm coming from and seek to support the resolution, the notice of motion.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Casey.
Councillor Cooper said we spend, quote, too much time on issues that have nothing to do with local government. That's the third time I've heard that this morning. Our job is to represent the people of Auckland, and in case you didn't know, 10,000 people turned up outside this building in August to protest the secrecy around the TPPA and to protest free trade agreements generally. For people to say it's got nothing to do with us, how can you know that? Because we don't actually know what's been signed off or initialed, because the government haven't told us. That's what raises the ire of the people of Auckland, secrecy. So don't put your head in the sand over this, because it may well have a lot to do with local government, as we've heard from various boards, including Graham this morning and from Barry. We've just made a huge commitment to local economic development. We've restructured the whole department so that we ensure that local decisions are made locally and that we have local economic development at the bottom. This council, whether you voted for it or not, Councillor Penrose, asked the government to ensure, if you look at our own resolutions, to ensure that the TPPA did not reduce our flexibility to support local economic development. I thought that was something you cared about. If you care about it, why aren't you waiting to see what the words say about that?
We are.
I don't know.
Yeah, Councillor.
Order.
Well, she keeps on asking questions.
I'm a bit concerned about the way the debate has gone this morning. MFAT is neither independent, well, it's not independent, and it's not objective. And one of the things that Councillor Wayne Walker is calling for is an independent, objective appraisal of what the government's put their initials to on our behalf. And I think that that's absolutely what we need to sign up to. Absolutely. So don't tell me to go to the MFAT website to learn about this. I will wait and see what's in the text when it comes, probably at the last minute, as usual, and then we can respond to it. And I want to make sure that that response is not just from the people sitting around here who say it's got nothing to do with local government, but that every member of Auckland Council, every elected member has a chance to input into that. And that's what I asked Mr. Kimpton earlier. It is a political decision. It is of extreme significance both to Auckland Council and to Aucklanders. And I am not sure yet how that decision is going to be made, how that submission is going to be made, how that response is going to be made. So I'll leave you with that. We have 8 responses from local boards, but more in the pipeline.
Thank you.
They are either a part of Auckland Council or they're not. And I believe they are, and I want to make sure everybody has their say on this. Way too important.
Thank you. Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of
devolved into one of those, you either support TPPA or you don't. And I think, unfortunately, the notice of motion, with all its kind of additions, has sort of forced us into that. I'm interested in G, H and I, which I'm going to support, because I think it actually directs us to do something. That is our job, is to do something. The rest of it, from A through to F, I think is somewhat superfluous and kind of spins this as an anti-TPPA recommendation, and I think that's unfortunate, because we are an island at the bottom of the world, and without trade agreements, we're dead. Councillor Cooper and I have just been at a meeting, and if you'll indulge me for a second, this is Auckland's growth, the reality of Auckland's growth. 819 new residents per week, 344 new houses per week, 1 new street per week. In the 4 years since amalgamation, we've grown by a city the size of Hamilton, and we'll continue to do that every 4 years. 8 new classrooms a week, 405 new jobs a week. Now, that ain't keeping up with what's needed for that amount of growth. So I am not opposed to the TPPA. What I am very interested in, as an elected member of Auckland Council, is to understand rhetoric, hyperbole, protest and advocacy aside, what does this mean for local government? What do we need to be aware of? What do we need to talk to the government about? And what do we need to protect as our sovereign rights as the representatives of Auckland? So I will be supporting G, H and I. And Mr Chair, we can put them separately, because I think A through to F is just kind of comment, and it's not objective in moving this debate and discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chairman. The debate, apart from Councillor Holz's comments, has really not addressed the Councillor Walker's resolution. And it has been, Councillor Walker's resolution has been interpreted as anti-TPP. It certainly expresses in the preamble reservations about it, but it doesn't actually say it's against it. But we've been debating what a great thing the TPP is, or how it's not a great thing. What we are asking for here, or what Councillor Walker is essentially asking for, is information so that we can examine the implications of the TPP for our community. We have a responsibility to Auckland, and we have to stand up for Auckland, and sometimes Auckland's interests are not aligned with those of the central government. Nothing wrong with that. You've got to expect it. We are not a government department. Our accountability is to the people of Auckland. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the people of Auckland, and this notice of motion addresses that. Given other people have made comments about the TPP, I would say this. One of the members cited the CER with Australia as self-evidently successful, all upside, no downside. There is always a downside. Before CER, we took most of our fruit from our Pacific Island neighbours. After CER, their economies tanked because of that major structural shift. Our consumers got inferior quality fruit, if you ask me, compared to the products that were produced in the Cook Islands and Samoa, particularly citrus and bananas and even mangoes, and the stuff we get from Australia or Peru or the Philippines is not as good. But, you know, you can certainly, CER has worked overall successfully, but there is always a downside, and we need to know what the downside is in this massive structural change in our, not only our trading relationships, but evidently our sovereignty and our laws. We need to know, because so far it's all been in secret, and this is at the behest of major corporations in the US. In terms of poor little New Zealand, from what I heard about the negotiations, our Minister, Mr Grosser, didn't have many feathers to fly with because we've given our tariffs away already. So we didn't have a huge amount of leverage. So I think this is a fair and reasonable notice of motion. It does address a policy that this council has already promulgated in the past. It demands, respectfully, accountability from the government to the Auckland Council and the people of Auckland, and I strongly support it.
Thank you. Councillor Quacks?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. I hope we don't spend too much time on this, so I'll be very brief. We've already spent, as Councillor Penrose pointed out, 2 hours on an issue which is not a local government issue. And I think we were reminded by the CE not so long ago that to run a meeting of the whole costs $20,000 an hour.
Yep,
And so we're at the clock that we've just ticked over $40,000 on issues that really aren't a matter for local government. In fact, we know it's not. We know there's no interest from anybody else because, look, there's no media here. Nobody from the media is here to report on the Auckland Council's views on the what is it?
TPPA.
Whatever it is.
Trans-Pacific.
Okay.
Look at the
And
camera.
and they're not interested because they know that it's not a local government issue. And we've got a big agenda here, and which is local government issues, so we need to get on with those.
Okay.
But let me say this, Mr Chairman, that people who don't believe in or don't support the TPPA are people who probably don't believe in free markets of any kind, and certainly not free markets when you have to deal with those darn foreigners. And so, but let me remind people that trade and free trade has lifted tens of millions of people around the world out of poverty since World War II. So I won't repeat this, but we are a small, isolated group of islands down at the bottom of the world, a population of just less than 5 million. And if we had to rely on our own domestic market for our economic prosperity, we would be another failing South Pacific nation.
Thank you.
But now, Mr Chair, we are part of an 800 million people market. And as an Australian commentator said just recently when asked who was the big winner out of the TPPA, he said New Zealand was the big winner in this. So, Mr Chair, if you believe in New Zealand's energy, in entrepreneurial spirit, in its innovativeness, in its ability to be able to compete on an international stage, you would certainly support this agreement. And local government, actually, when we find out, everybody's concerned about things being released. Things will be released very soon. We know that, we were told that, and at that point, maybe we might want to make some kind of a comment on this. Councillor Walker keeps saying that, you know, we're local government are greatly affected by this, but gave not one example of how greatly affected by this we would be. So I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about that. Councillor Casey talked about economic development, and I just want to remind Councillor Casey that the Auckland Plan calls on this council of a growth rate of 5% per year, which we're nowhere near, I think, at last. And this actually exports at 6%, an increase of 6% per year. And this will greatly help that. Yep. So all of our constituents, all of them, from the most humble to the most mighty in the city, will end up being better off as a result of our ability to trade with nations around the world.
Good.
Must be a clairvoyant, Councillor Quax.
Councillor Crum.
Thank
Can
you,
you keep it
Mr
reasonably
Chairman.
quick, because-
I'm going to attempt to keep my comments brief for the same reason that Councillor Quack said, and I'll again refer, like everyone else, to the amount of time we've spent on this today. It took us 1 hour just to get to the notice of motion. And I would very much argue that ratepayers would question how we're spending our time here today on something that is squarely a parliamentary process. Now, I will agree that there will be local government and Auckland Council implications. No one's debating that. But it's about when we address those implications, when we know what we need to address. Before then, it is absolutely jumping the gun and in a very emotive, and the default position seems to be abject cynicism. And I think that that's not at all helpful for where we need the debate to go when we're ready to have the debate. Over the past 10 years, the Parliamentary Select Committee, in regards to treaty free trade agreements, has formally examined 109 international treaties signed by New Zealand. This will be no different. So over the past 10 years, 109 international treaties signed by us have gone through the parliamentary process. This still needs to do that, and we need to be mindful of that and not think that we, at this point, need to jump in with our voice far too early in the piece. We're spending our time we should be spending our time working out how we leverage the TPP for the city, not conspiring that we're pawns in a secret international leveraging game. So that's our next goal. How do we leverage the TPP for Auckland? I really suggest, hopefully with sparse comments, that we move on.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
I move the question be put.
Is there a
Second
second?
that.
No, it's anyone who hasn't spoken.
I'll second that.
I just wanted to make
Fletcher?
I can make.
Webster. So there's a procedural
Just
motion
point of
on
order,
the floor.
Mr Chair. I'd just like to establish that I have a right of reply.
You have you have a limited right of reply.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a procedural motion. I'll put the procedural motion that the question be put. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Oh, I think it's passed on the vote, on the voices, so we will now ask Councillor Walker if he's got a right of reply.
Thank you very much. What you've got before you, I'd suggest, is something that's pretty simple. It has a great deal of support. I'll go through 4 questions. Do we need to know about what's in the agreement? And I would suggest the answer is yes. Could it affect us? I'd suggest the answer to that is yes. As has been pointed out, there are other similar agreements that bind local government. I'll repeat that. They bind local government. And in the absence of knowing otherwise, I'd suggest that it is highly likely that this agreement binds local government. This particular council is unlike any other local government in New Zealand. It is of significant scale. So the impact on us, on our contracts, on our costs, on things that we enter into, our unitary plan, could be very significant. Is timing important? The answer is yes, because we've got a very limited time in which to react. So do we need this information now? The answer that follows is yes. And the other matter, is there community support from this? Clearly, there's support from local boards, and I would suggest there is immense support from people across Auckland and New Zealand for council to take a simple position around the requests that are here. And that is simply to see the text as soon as possible and for our council to take a position, to have some time for investigation so that we can interact with the government. What would be wrong with that? Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. I'll take the motion. Now, it was indicated that...
By division, Mr Chair?
Yeah.
We can split it.
Well, Councillor Holst did.
I was going to suggest, Mr Chair, I've got a problem in principle with heaps of noting recommendations. I don't think they add
Yeah, well, I mean,
anything. I'm just asking, it would be appreciated by me if we could split it between the simple, you know, A through to F and then GHI, which
No,
I'm
I don't.
keen to vote for.
Look, I've got problems with that because C seems to be a
Opposition.
it's a subjective kind of motion, and I don't think
That's my point.
councillors. Well,
That's the point I'm making, councillor.
well, okay, council.
I'm in agreement with councillor Hulse, Mr Chair,
No, well,
and I'm sure
okay,
the seconder would
okay,
support
well,
that.
okay, councillors can vote. We'll go from A to F. You can vote yes or no on that, and then we'll go to the next stem. So we're doing A to F at this stage.
It's difficult, Mr Chairman, just in terms of that, I mean, some of it's just stating a fact, which is a
Well,
note,
councillor-
and then
no,
you...
councillor, we're doing a division now, so that's where we are.
Fine.
By division.
Once
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
no discussion once the vote has been taken.
No, order.
Councillor Renai?
Aye.
Councillor Brewer?
No.
Councillor Casey?
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore?
No.
Councillor Clow?
No.
Councillor Cooper?
No.
Councillor Darby?
For.
Councillor Philippina?
For.
Councillor Fletcher?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hulse?
No.
Councillor Crum?
Against.
Councillor Lee?
Aye.
Member Namane?
Aye.
Councillor Penrose?
No.
Councillor Quacks?
No.
Councillor Stewart?
No.
Councillor Sir John Walker?
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Councillor Webster?
No.
Member Wilcox?
Yes.
Chair?
No.
Lost.
It was lost 13-9.
Okay, so that's
A to F.
that's lost, that part. So we'll now go and we'll do three divisions. Division on
G.
G.
Councillor and I.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer?
No.
Councillor Casey?
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore?
No.
Councillor Clow?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper?
No.
Councillor Darby?
For.
Councillor Philippina?
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher?
Four.
Deputy Mayor Hulse?
Aye.
Councillor Crum?
No.
Councillor Lee?
Aye.
Member Namane?
Aye.
Councillor Penrose?
No.
Councillor Quacks?
No.
Councillor Stewart?
No.
Councillor Sir John Walker?
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Councillor Webster?
No.
Member Wilcox?
Yes.
Chair?
No.
12. Carried 12-10.
Okay, we go to now H.
Sorry, can we see it, please?
Oh, you've got it on that sheet that was distributed around.
Just here.
And then Councillor and I.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
No.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Philippina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
Four.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
Aye.
Councillor Crum.
Against.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Member Namane.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
No.
Councillor Quacks.
No.
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Sir John Walker. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yes, please.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Webster.
No.
Member Wilcox.
Yes.
Chair.
No.
12. Carried 12-10.
It's carried. So we now go to the last
Aye.
I.
Councillor and I.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
No.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
No.
Councillor Clow.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
No.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Philippina?
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hulse?
Aye.
Councillor Crum?
Against?
Councillor Lee?
Aye.
Member Namane?
Aye.
Councillor Penrose?
No.
Councillor Quacks?
No.
Councillor Stewart?
No.
Councillor Sir John Walker?
No.
Councillor Wayne Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Councillor Webster?
No.
Member Wilcox?
Yes.
Chair?
No.
It's, Chair, can you just confirm that I was for and not against?
Yep.
Yeah. It
That's
was
all right.
lost 12-10.
Okay, so that's lost. Thank you. So thank you. We'll now move to the next item, and I'm going to move a motion that we move item 11 up to be the next item. So I'll put that motion in the second.
Yep.
Mr. Wilcox, put the motion. This is the adoption of the Auckland Growing Greener, our commitment to environmental action and green growth. So I'll put that. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried.
Mr Chair, I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We spend 2.5 hours on stuff we don't need.
Oh, yes,
And
well,
whack
what
through
was
stuff
it?
we
Was-
should be talking.
It was to bring the item up. These people.
Oh, to bring it up, sorry,
Precedence
procedural.
of business.
Wasn't the actual item.
Fine.
Just to explain to councillors, Gail is actually meant to be at a funeral in Hamilton in about an hour's time, and in order to enable her to get away, we
No
just
problem.
wanted
Sorry,
to
didn't
check.
realise
yeah.
that was what we were voting.
Okay, so we are in your hands, obviously. Thank you.
Why did we do the motion?
Ina mana, ina reo, ina waka, ina koto, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning. As Chairperson has indicated, my name's Gail Ogilvie. I manage environmental services, and my colleague here on the left is Greg Holland, who manages natural environmental strategy, and Karen Pray, who is the project manager for Auckland Growing Greener, and is also in the policy team. I've got a very brief presentation that I'll just go through with you to summarise the key points of our Auckland Growing Greener initiative, and then just open it up for any questions you might have. So, based on Colmar Brunton survey results, about 90% of Aucklanders value either our regional parks or our harbours as one of the most important reasons they live in Auckland. So the beauty and health of our natural assets are one of the key components of our aspirations to be the world's most livable city. And as you may have seen in the media this morning, we've just released the 2015 State of Environment report, which shows that at best we're holding the line with many of the environmental metrics that we're monitoring. So over the next 30 years or longer, we've got significant growth plans. And we're at a point that we can build in the latest technologies and practices and ways of making decisions to allow us to deliver on both economic and environmental outcomes. Or if we continue to develop in the ways that have been used to grow urban centres in the past, then we're at a point where we risk further degrading our natural environment. So hence the initiative that we've putting forward to you today. So this direction around Auckland Growing Greener is also really well aligned with mana whenua aspirations as katiaki for our natural environment, and it's also consistent with the Auckland Plan, which includes a strong commitment to environmental action and green growth. So the Auckland Growing Greener initiative consists of two parts. The first part is more effectively telling our story. As an organisation, we're actually doing a significant amount of work already to protect and restore our natural environment, but it's a story that we haven't been particularly effective at telling. So since amalgamation, as an organisation, we've developed a story around what we're doing about housing, what we're doing about transport. We haven't really developed a story about what we're doing with our efforts to protect and restore our natural environment. So that's the first purpose, to more effectively tell our story. The second purpose is to indicate ways that we can accelerate our commitment to our investments in our natural assets and build Auckland in a way that doesn't compromise those assets. So, in summary, to grow greener. So, to more effectively tell our story about what we're currently doing, we've included a range of examples in 4 priority areas. So what are we doing around transforming our urban settings? For example, the Central Rail Link, our compact urban form that we're promoting through the Unitary Plan, electric trains, LED lighting. Secondly, and these are all just examples of work that is currently committed and funded in each of these key priority areas. So secondly, zero waste. You'll all be familiar with the Waste Management Minimisation Plan, the targets associated with that and the range of actions that we're taking to get Auckland to zero waste. Restoring nature, the document includes many examples. For example, the significant ecological areas overlay that we've included in the Unitary Plan, some of the work that we're doing on ecological corridors, and also the recent 1080 drop in the Hanuas that's going to have significant positive results for the biodiversity in that regional park. And then in Healthy Waters, the document refers to some examples, in particular the use of water-sensitive urban design in our special housing areas, and also our plans to implement the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, which requires us to manage catchments within limits. And then the second purpose of the document is about, well, where to from here? How do we build on the work we've been doing, but to continue to accelerate our efforts to build essentially an environmental lens across the decisions that we make as an organisation and the projects and programs that we deliver? So that's essentially threefold. One is about continuing that work that I spoke about in those 4 priority areas. The second is about, we've established 5 operating principles that we're going to be, pending endorsement of this direction this morning. Those 5 operating principles we're going to be using as a strategic checklist of the initiatives that are currently being undertaken by Auckland Council. And those 5 principles are, firstly, walking the talk, so getting our own house in order before as a first priority, and that's a part of the Chief Sustainability Officer's role. Secondly, empowering communities, which is already a program that's well underway. Thirdly, working in partnership with mana whenua. Fourthly, innovative thinking. And the final operating principle is about delivering infrastructure with multiple outcomes, like projects like the Stormwater Oakley Creek work, where we're actually mitigating flooding, but at the same time enhancing the ecological health of that stream, and also creating economic development and cultural opportunities. So Auckland Growing Greener, success for Auckland Growing Greener means that delivering environmental and sustainability outcomes is everybody's business. This is not a separate list of, 27 actions that make up something about protecting environment. This is actually about building in environmental considerations into our decision making. The second element of success is the outcomes, which is really the end game, that the natural environments are healthy, resilient and supporting a prosperous economy. And thirdly, that Aucklanders have confidence that we've taken the Auckland Plan vision, we've taken the transformational shift, we've put some flesh on it and we're moving in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the report and the document. I know that in the previous Auckland Legacy Councils, they all had different programs in relation to the environment and improvement and enhancement of the environment. And I think some councils really talk that up as kind of the cornerstone of their existence, and it was a high up in the list of priorities. So, is that something that we're going to be trying to, emulate with this document here? Because if we don't walk the talk, well, we won't get the kind of response from, and it's the communities across Auckland that we're really looking for that response from. So that's the issue that I'm interested in, and interested in how we are going to kind of get that message out there.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Look, absolutely, I think one of the reasons walking the talk is the first operating principle is exactly that we need to demonstrate that we're operating in a way that's environmentally responsible. And we've made some good ground on that quite recently. We now have a Chief Sustainability Officer that is responsible for a lot of our internal walking the talk initiatives. For example, the fit out of 135 Albert Street and the Green Star rating associated with that, and all of our internal operating systems to make sure that we're treading as lightly as possible. So in terms of I think we need direction from the top, which is exactly why we've brought this forward to you today, so that we can endorse that. Once that's endorsed, we can take that through and infiltrate it and work with it across the business. But I see it as a building up from the ground rather than, fanfare associated with an environmental label. These days, it's just part of good decision making to build environment into the decisions you make alongside financial, cultural, social well-being.
Thank you. Councillor Holt, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to move this and really happy to see this piece of work coming through. I think we're not going to end up in nirvana immediately, and the State of the Environment report shows that. But exactly, this kind of weaves through the kind of sustainability, environmental approach that this council needs to take into everything that we do. And I want to just acknowledge the team for bringing together the disparate threads of this debate and discussion in the way that they have over the last little while, and thank them warmly.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note that Councillor Hulse has moved the recommendations. I'm happy to second them. But I, in doing so, also want to congratulate those that have actually brought this together. But to remind councillors that what we're actually doing today is formulating a policy that we're going to hand over to our management to implement. And I think that this is a welcome step forward for me, because the umbrella, the lens, whatever you want to call it, is one that we must actually put over every single policy decision that we make from this point on. And to that effect, and I don't know whether the question should be directed to Gail or whether it should be directed to Dean, I think that we should give consideration so that it's to the forefront of our minds all of the time that whereas we have a local board impact statement, a Māori impact statement, I believe that we should have an Auckland Growing Green impact that should be before all of the reports that come forward, so that we get that consistency, that we get that sense of responsibility, that not just as councillors, but management, so it's entrenched into our organisation. So I'm wondering, Dean, if you could respond to that, please?
Sure. Look, I think that was something, in terms of how we construct our advice to you as elected members in your decision making, certainly the opportunity to make sure that we're very clear on impact on Auckland growing greener and the wider environmental principles. But I'd like to take that back. We've got a quality policy team. I'd like to take that back to them and say, how do we embed this as an approach, and then come back to you on how we've...
Well, Mr Chairman, I'm happy with that response, providing it does come back to us, because this is a policy-based decision and it's something that I would like to see embedded. I just welcome it because the move away from trying to come up with prescriptive lists of things that we're going to do, and none of us know what we don't know, and none of us know what the future will hold. I think that this is just a very much more useful tool. So I look forward to that report coming back at perhaps the next committee meeting of this, that we can give consideration to it. And again, my thanks, sincere thanks to the staff for the outstanding work in bringing this together.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
No, not this time.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yeah, just got a couple of questions. In the early planning for this strategy, which prior was the Environment Strategic Action Plan, one of the questions that I asked was this going to include a water strategy for council, along the lines of other cities like Melbourne, where in that instance you've got a water-sensitive city, the city is viewed as a catchment. Those principles embody the way that water is treated. We don't have anything like that. We have some water-sensitive design principles, but they go nowhere near that. And in point of fact, when we were assessed and benchmarked as to how we rated as a water-sensitive city, we were pretty low in the ranking on the basis of what we're actually doing. So there's some urgency around that. Where are we at in terms of that strategy?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. This is, as the other members have indicated, is an initiative which is about embedding environment into everything that we do. So the need for another, we've got so many strategies that sit across. This is more about getting in and acting, so incorporating environment in the policy advice that comes through to you, working with the decision makers in water care and Auckland Transport, for example, to encourage them to include infrastructure sustainability rating tools as part of their design of their infrastructure. So this is very much a hands-on piece of work that we're going to deploy across the organisation. In terms of the water piece, and I was rushing through the presentation so I didn't labour it, but we are partway through implementing, or beginning really, to implement the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. So that is a requirement for Auckland Council to work with communities to identify what the receiving water values are for each of the catchments across Auckland, how those values translate into specific numerical limits on water quality and quantity, and then manage the diffuse runoff and the point source discharges into the catchment to within those limits. So the whole environment for managing water is going to be from the receiving water back up to the catchment. So that's what we need to do. If we were to write a policy, we'd just say that, I think, but that's what the central government has directed us to do, so that's what we're proceeding to do.
Thank you.
So there isn't a water strategy then, along the lines that I'm proposing?
Not as you've described it. There's an environmental strategy.
Okay, I understand what we do and what we don't do. The other question that I've got just goes to engagement. I see that there was some targeted engagement with external stakeholders. Was there any engagement with Forest and Bird, some of the very large geographically based environmental groups in Auckland, yep. Friends of the Earth, Environmental Defence Society and others in the external stakeholder engagement that we did for this?
Yeah. So this has been at least a year and a half in the development, and over that period we've done quite a bit of targeted external engagement. I should have said as part of the presentation, I think one of the core features of this initiative is it's about Auckland Council's role. So either Auckland Council's role as directly delivering, infrastructure solutions, ecological restoration, as a regulator, and thirdly, as a catalyst or coordinator of community initiatives. So when we went out to the external stakeholders, it wasn't about trying to list all the things that they were doing about environmental protection, because we'd end up with something that was just ginormous. It was more about listening to them about what they needed from council. So we did do quite a, I could provide you with a list, Councillor Walker, but certainly organisations like the Sustainable Business Network, Generation Zero, a number of the NGOs. I'm certainly happy to give you that list. But the question we had for those organisations is, what do you want from council? What more can we do to help and empower you to deliver on environmental outcomes? It wasn't so much about, oh, let's add your actions to ours.
Okay, so can I just get some clarity around this? Because,
come on, Councillor
no, this is an important question. So I'm just trying to establish, and I think you've answered it, that this is a council document, it's not an Auckland document. So as compared to other strategies like the Arts and Culture Strategic Action Plan, which is a plan for all of Auckland, of which council is part, the Low Carbon Action Plan, which is a plan for all of Auckland, of which council is a part, this is primarily focused on council.
This is council's role in those three areas. So we directly deliver. We deliver infrastructure. We do quite a lot of environmental protection work directly. We also regulate. And then thirdly, and probably most importantly, we act as a catalyst or a coordinator to empower community groups in what they do. But it's all about how we can deliver on those three areas.
Okay, I understand that. I've got a statement to make at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, but they're my questions.
Well, okay. I think no other questions. The matter's been moved and it's on the table.
I'll speak to it then.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to have a first turn.
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about our staff member's got to get to her uncle's funeral.
I'm just going to briefly, and then Councillor Walker, he realises the situation, so no doubt he'll tailor his comments to help. But I think that, and I started by saying that the previous Auckland councils did have various strategies and positions in relation to the environment. And I think, and I know North Shore City, number one issue, higher than anything else, was maintenance and enhancement of the natural environment. And I think North Shore City put a huge amount of time and money into that particular issue. And I was really kind of gobsmacked when this new council came into existence and Watercare came along and said, oh, we're going to solve the stormwater overflows in the Auckland CBD area. We're going to pump it all over to Mangere, the stormwater and the wastewater combined. So, and I just wonder, this document does, and we didn't get any, I didn't get any kind of listening. They didn't listen to me in relation to what I was saying in that central interceptor. I think a lot of the council people thought, oh, well, that's the way to solve the problem, let's go with it. But I think we've got to be more innovative, think about these things more than we have in the past. And I can think of Auckland Transport and their integrated fares. Now, they've got integrated ticketing. That's stage one. All you do is you've just got the same card that the bus companies used to have, and it takes the money off when you get on the bus. We want to see integrated fares across the city, but that just hasn't happened. And Auckland Transport keep telling me it's going to happen next year. So we're going into 2016 next year. I hope our representatives, Auckland Council, can really keep that at the forefront of their
Mr. Chairman,
purposes.
I can assure you it's actually happening at the moment.
Well, it may be happening, Councillor Fletcher, but it's taken a long time. And I've seen what happens, and I've really taken interest in what happens in other places, and they have a whole of organisation desire to see more people using alternative means of transport to the car. So I just think that this is one that shouldn't be put on the shelf and gather dust. It should be an active document that is continuing to evolve, and that this council makes sure that we get some benefit from the people of Auckland, because if we don't, we're on a hiding to nothing as to what our environment is going to look like in the future, because, you know, we have beaches that are not safe to swim at during even the summertime. And, you know, Aucklanders are appalled when they hear it. They don't actually realise it. Okay, after 48 hours after a rain event, don't swim on the beaches, but, you know, beaches shouldn't be closed because of pollution. And I think that these matters are matters that need to be addressed through this document. Councillor Walker, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just really think it's vital that we have a strong reality check at this point in time. The environment of Auckland is under a sustained attack, and that attack is accelerating. We've got a unitary plan that really affords little protection for trees, and there is massive tree loss occurring now across Auckland. Almost anywhere you go, you'll hear chainsaws operating. Our coastal pahutakawas are under immense threat in every circumstance where they're further back than 20 metres from mean high water springs, which in most instances is just part way up a cliff. We've got a low carbon action plan that we have zero budget for facilitating, zero budget. Across our park space and our general spaces, we're talking about selling off land wherever we can, irrespective of whether it's got treasures or not, and that includes golf courses.
Order, Councillor Webster.
That is happening. That is a fact.
Councillor Walker made a comment, Mr. Chair.
I'm allowed to
It's
speak.
untrue.
Well,
He can
order,
speak, but
order. Councillor Walker has got the floor at the moment.
And I'm calling a point of order.
Well,
as
if the point of order is what I think it is, that you are saying, you have some concern about what Councillor Walker says. Is that what, okay, well, what is it then?
My point of order, Mr. Chair, is the use of incorrect, well,
That's not a point.
No, order, Councillor Lee. Go on.
Mr. Chair, we're either going to contain our debate to issues of facts around this table or supposition and incorrect facts. We are not planning on selling great tracts of parkland, and I'm just calling...
Councillor Hulse,
Well, I'm
sorry, that is not a point of order. I don't know the basis on which Councillor Walker's coming to that
We'll have
position.
some evidence.
But he'll no doubt come up with the evidence.
I don't think I used the word parkland, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I refer to golf courses, and I understand that we've got a number
can
of
you move
golf
on,
courses
'cause I don't think
potentially
it's
on the
getting us
block.
very far.
We've got increased development in incredibly sensitive urban environments and the likelihood of dramatically enhanced silt runoff. We've got a development contributions regime that, in terms of the provision of open space, shifts from the 7.5% that harks back to the Reserves Act to perhaps 2% or less in terms of the creation of passive and active open space. These are the circumstances that we face across Auckland Transport and the park space, where possibly moving to regimes using glyphosate and other probable carcinogens as our method of choice. They are the things that are happening as we speak on a decision-by-decision basis. Across the unitary plan, it's housing and the necessity for housing and more of it that is put ahead of everything else. And that reflects much of what we do. So I come back to the point I made that our environment is under a sustained threat. From a governance point of view, the Environment Committee has been whittled down pathetically. There's no environment panel, as there are other panels, even though I've sought that over time. We have poor engagement across much of the environment community in Auckland as compared to engagement across other sectors, even though they would like to have it. That is what is actually happening on the ground, and it's bad news for the environment. In terms of budget across this council, that has also been cut across the board. In terms of officers engaged, I'd suggest there are less of them engaged than has been the case in the past.
Thank you.
So I have a real concern as to where this council is heading around the environment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Quack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, look, this is an area that I get more confused about than any other area of council about the state of our environment. Now, about a year ago, 18 months ago, I was at the annual plan hearings over at Tamaki Mangakeke, and Councillor Brewer was there, and we had this presenter there telling us what a terrible state the Tamaki estuary was in. And he related this story about somebody who fell out of a boat on the Tamaki estuary and immediately got sick. And I was horrified by that, to hear that story, because about 3 days later, I was down at St. Kent's watching 400 intermediate and high school students involved in a triathlon down there, and 400 of these young people were swimming in the Tamaki estuary, and I thought, my God, these people are all going to get sick, because that's what we've been told, how bad the water is. And I'm up and down that Tamaki estuary a lot, walking, cycling, and from time to time even having a jog. And there's always people fishing in the Tamaki estuary, and we're told how bad the Tamaki estuary is, but there's literally dozens of people at high tide fishing there. And you know what I saw the other day, Mr. Chair? Dolphins on the Tamaki estuary.
We're making improvements.
And I don't think we've seen that for years. So, what is the actual state? Because we're told that the environment was so bad in the Tamaki estuary, people get sick if they fall into it. With the environmental issues, it always seems that the person who can do the most scaremongering is the person who wins the argument. Not the person with the facts, but the person who does most of the scaremongering.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you listen to the grumbling of the developers, I think we must be getting it right, because we have quite severe conditions on resource consents. If you go up to Hobsonville Point, and Councillor Walker and Councillor Watson, that's part of your ward. You'll know that there's rain swales, there's rain gardens, there's buried stormwater tanks, there's huge conditions on the stormwater runoff in that area. It went through the courts, it went through Environment Court, a whole lot of stuff has been done. And if you look at the numbers that the Deputy Mayor talked about, how many houses we're building, the growth, we have to do this work, but I think that with the conditions on the consents that we're doing, those things are taken into account because they're part of the RMA. We have to take those issues into account, the effects on our harbours and our air, etc. So I think as long as you hear the developers grumbling about developer contributions, water connections, resource consents, how much it costs, how time-consuming it is, we must be getting something right. And so I think there's a balance here. It's always going to be trade-off for the kind of growth, unless we do what some people want to do, is put gates up around Auckland, and that's just not possible. We have to cope with growth. We have to do this stuff, and with this plan, that sets a framework for everything we do right across our council. So I'm very pleased to support it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Darby, you're the last speaker.
Thanks, Chair. And Chair, and I think some others have voiced some concerns here. And look, I want to thank Gail and the team for getting this before us. And I'd probably just like to say that we've got to be careful going forward that this just doesn't become a greenwashing document. We've got a long way to go in this council. That's the blunt reality. We're coming off a pretty low base in this space.
Very low base.
And there's some big challenges. The measuring of our work is going to be critical, and so that takes us to the appendix. And I think some of those targets are quite weak. They're old targets. They're targets that were arrived at through the Auckland Plan days, and that's a long time ago. We've had a couple of environment reports since then at least. The most recent reminds us that the water quality, particularly in the Waitemata and the Tamaki estuary, Councillor Quacks, it makes specific comment about the Tamaki estuary as being a very poor quality and marine environment with...
Why the whales, that's why there's dolphins. Well, you know...
Please, we'll be here all day.
I once saw fish in the Ganges as well, but I dared not go in it, Councillor Quacks.
Dolphins are not fish.
Councillor Quacks.
Pointing out that he's wrong.
And
We're having a whale of a time here.
what I'm saying is, if you read this Growing Auckland Greener document in tandem with the the State of the Environment report, you know, there's some huge challenges. 28% of our urban streams that are monitored are in the C and D category, and that is basically you're at pretty good risk of getting ill if you go in them. So that's 28% of the urban streams that are monitored. 37% of the marine environment quality sites, there are 37 sites monitored. 31% are poor and 44% are only fair. So that's just a brief snapshot. There's a long way to go here, and I can't help but read the challenges before us are under a paragraph titled Measuring Success on, I think, page 64 of the agenda. And I think this is an honest paragraph. And it says the shift towards a greener Auckland will become increasingly visible as environmental and sustainability considerations become explicit in the Council's decision making. That's very honest, Mr. Chair. It says to date they aren't. It's got to become explicit.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I used the opportunity while I was asking questions of Gail that to speak, but I put forward a proposition and I thought that you were going to adopt it, and that was that the Chief Operating Officer report back at the next meeting of this committee on the Auckland going green and the possibility of AGC impact statement. We do want to move beyond just lip service. We do want to see this entrenched into all of our policies, and I think that this would be the most useful tool for achieving that. But I recognise that Mr. Kimpton needs time for this to be looked at carefully to see whether or not it's possible to implement. So I would welcome a B up there, or I'm happy to move an amendment.
Well, Mr. Kimpton can speak to it, but I just want to say that I think Councillor Penrose talked about the cost of council, and I don't know if asking for a report next month would be in interest, but Mr. Kimpton, what do you think?
Look, we've got a quality policy advisory team, and so my recommendation was that we refer how we take or do an impact analysis across environmental issues in Auckland Growing Greener to that group and ask them to come back to us. I suggest rather than a report, it's quite simple for us to do that by way of memo, and then you may wish to comment on that at the next committee meeting. And I'm just checking with Claire, who's part of that, but it's quite feasible that we could do that for the next strategy and policy meeting.
Well, could we have some reference so that I can actually see in the minutes that we will see that follow-up there?
Yes.
Well, the mover and the seconder,
I'm really happy. I'm sure the seconder is. I suggest if we look at some of the Legacy Council's reports who used to report on the quadruple bottom line, you'll see that environmental reporting was done by old TLAs. And I think if we just put a B in there that says that we, notify elected members on the best way to, address the issue of environmental reporting or reporting on growing green, or however you want to put it, whatever works for you, Dean.
Or advise.
Mr. Chairman, the issue I've got here is that this isn't about, as we are going to do later today, the state of the environment and a report back. This is a much more proactive stance whereby whenever we are considering policy, we say, well, what is the impact of that? Where will the improvements come? And that it's a different way, rather reporting back, it's actually at the first stage saying, what will the impact of this be? So it's a slightly different thing to perhaps what has been experienced in the past.
I wouldn't have expected you to have agreed with me for 1 second, Councillor Fletcher, but we're saying the same thing.
Okay, Mr Wilcox.
Yeah. Am I right, is this a rehash of our Eco-City principles at Waitakere?
God help us, let's not
Don't go down that
Let's not get too extreme now.
Through the chair, I wouldn't say it was a rehash. No, it's gone through a significant looking at all the options. So no, I wouldn't say it's a rehash.
Okay.
Thank you. We're just discussing, well, they're just discussing some words. Councillor Cashman?
Yes, thanks, Mr Chairman. Just very briefly, and I understand what the other councillors are saying, but the main point of this report is about how we deliver, and I'd like to commend the team for the work they've done already in improving the collaborative and inclusive nature of their deliverability. And that's a big place and movement forward in taking the people out there, whether they're developers or users of the environment, with them and with us on our pathway forward. So yeah, well done to all the team involved in this. It's good stuff. Thank you. Thank you.
So what would be?
So, if I can, through the chair, what I've quickly drafted out here would effectively form B, and that is staff to advise on how best to incorporate environmental impact assessment into future policy or strategy reports.
Great, thank you.
So that, and we would undertake to do that by way of memo through to you as a committee, so you understand what our proposal is, and invite comment on it so that we arrive at the next meeting, and then we can continue to implement. All I'm suggesting is I think we can do that by way of memo in the context of how we manage committee reports now in our quality advice fashion. And then, subject to any feedback, we would look to implement that.
Right. Happy with that?
That's a message.
Yeah, put the motion.
A memo.
Yeah, was that Nemo, the fish?
The memo.
Should be in the report
I was
then.
just wondering.
Look,
We've been sitting around
the recommendation is we can provide this, we can provide advice to you in the form of a memo, or we can provide it to you in the form of
Memo's fine. Memo's cheaper.
Nemo. I thought it was Nemo.
$20,000
What's the fish
an
got
hour,
to do with
meeting?
it?
or we can provide it to you in a form of a report. And all my recommendation is that it could be done in the form of a MEMO.
Mr Chairman, I think that I am the first one to want to see us actually prioritising our time on this council, but you cannot set the environment aside. I think it should be a report back to this committee on how we do this and how it's incorporated.
Move an amendment.
So I'm happy to move a B then.
Well,
I'll
it's been
second
moved
that.
by councillor Holt, so.
I'll second.
What's the, give us the word.
Well, it's exactly the same, but it's staff to advise on best ways to incorporate environmental impact assessment into future policy or strategy reports, and that the difference is that rather than sending us a memo, it will come back to this committee.
No, order. The memo is what we do now. Each of the committees have memorandums on them, on there as by way of report, or reports in the form of a memorandum, which actually outlines issues that have been raised, so that there's a record of that on the agenda. But they aren't issues that are going to be debated, or there's no resolutions going to come out of them.
Excuse me, Mr
So
Chairman.
that's what we're going to do.
It's actually already in the plan.
So that's the way forward. So look, we'll take a vote on it. If the committee
65.
doesn't agree to it, well, we'll change it. Okay, no, come on, I'm going to take the vote.
Mr Chairman,
No.
I am saying that I'm happy, as long as I can be assured that this is going to take place, I'm happy to withdraw that, because I think one issue that we should be able to find consensus on is the environment.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, Mr.
You have our commitment that we'll do this piece of work and get that memo
Thank you.
to you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? See that carried. Before we go to break for lunch, can we just do item 9, approval of Auckland Council Stormwater Code of Practice. You've all got the material.
I'll move.
You moved by councillor
I have a question.
Webster, seconded by Councillor Filipina. Councillor Darby?
I have some questions.
Okay.
So, Councillor Wood, through the chair, I just want to explain the proposed change of resolutions, just so people are clear on the rationale for that.
Yeah, so the officer's off, it's the Chief Engineer.
So Councillor Sarah Sinclair, who you've met before, Chief Engineer, will present. We have some proposed revisions to the resolutions, just to make it very clear what the intention was. The change recommendation B is simply as per our normal practice. Should there be any minor grammatical and/or te reo non-content related changes, those would occur should they be needed, and the chair and/or the deputy chair would just cite those before they're signed off. But in the future, given this is a technical document, the request is the new C, which is under delegation of the Chief Executive, should there be any changes needed moving forward in relation to changing context or technical changes, that they just be made by Sarah as a matter of course. So that explains the changes to the resolutions.
Yep.
It's a process change rather than a content change.
So just a quick.
Right, Councillor Darby has a question of you, Sarah, or your team.
Thanks, team. Now, I haven't looked at all of the document which was attached separately, but I have homed in on a couple of sections. I just want to, firstly, in your report, you say that you've gone and undertaken further consultation with the development community. Is it only the development community that's got an interest in this updated version, and how did you identify who the key stakeholders were other than just the development community? So where else did you go? I understand you might have gone to some practices that specialise in water, but what about groups, environmental groups that have expressed an interest in the space? Did you seek their input as you did the development community?
Through the chair, I did touch on some of this in my presentation, so...
Are you going to do a presentation? Well, let's have the presentation before questions.
Yeah, let's not rush through this. This is quite important.
Have you got the main copy that I had, Councillor Lee?
I beg your pardon?
You got my copy there?
I don't... well, none was given to me, to be honest with you.
Oh.
I asked for it yesterday. I didn't even get an agenda, so...
Okay, the Secretary just said that my copy had gone around the table somewhere, so...
But whoever's
Anyway.
in charge of distributing agendas, can you make sure I get them for meetings?
Thank you. Okay, Sarah.
Thank you. I'm here today to talk to you about the Code of Practice for Land Development and Subdivision, which is a technical standard for Auckland Council. Because it's a technical standard, I'm going to introduce the team with the qualifications of the team, so that you know that we're qualified to undertake technical standards. As the Chief Engineer, I've got a Bachelor of Civil Engineering degree with honours, an MBA in Engineering Management. I'm a Chartered Civil Engineer, and I'm a Fellow of IPENS and the ICE. IPENS is a New Zealand Institute for Professional Engineers, and the ICE is the UK Institute for the Professional Engineers. I'm also a member of the Institute of Directors, and part of my voluntary role outside work is to assess the capability of people wishing to aspire to be professional engineers. To my left is Branko Valianovsky. He's Council's Engineering Design Manager. Branko's team deliver technical guidance and technical standards for Council and industry use. Branko has a bachelor degree in Civil and Structural Engineering and a master's degree in Structures. He's a chartered engineer and an international professional engineer and a member of IPENS. He's on IPENS' Competency Assessment Board, and he's a New Zealand Standards Committee member for various engineering standards. And to his left is Conrad Heinemann, who is Stormwater's Design Office Manager. He's got a Bachelor of Engineering, he's a chartered professional engineer and a qualified member of IPENS. Glad I've got that out there. So I presented to some of you at the Finance, I've just put my phone on the floor, at the Finance and Performance Committee about Auckland Council's
strategy for technical improvements, the engineering excellence in Auckland, which is in draft at the moment, and I'd be delighted to come and present it to you formally when it's complete. It covers a suite of improvement initiatives, from setting minimum standards for engineering council assets to improving our industry collaboration. The amalgamation of 7 legacy councils has meant that we've had 7 different sets of engineering standards in operation across Auckland. We've been working with Watercare and Auckland Transport, as well as across our own staff, to develop a single set of engineering standards for Auckland. To do this, we've used a base document, which is a New Zealand standard, NZS 4404, for development engineering. This has 8 standard chapters, and I'm delighted to be here presenting this afternoon on the stormwater chapter. There are a number of objectives in setting minimum engineering standards. Firstly, it makes it easier for developers and our own engineers and resource consent managers to know what to do to get engineering approval consistently across Auckland. It also gives them a means of identifying really early in any development process whether or not the design that they're doing will conform to engineering standards. And we've done a lot of consultation with the development and engineering communities, encouraging council's pre-application process. We realise that in a city the size of Auckland there will be constraints, so we want developers to work with us on any changes so we can make the process easy and still satisfactory for Auckland from a technical perspective. We need minimum standards so that we can manage our assets safely and efficiently, and that means defining some detail of the quality standards that are acceptable. It's supported by a range of technical guidance documents. It isn't actually a technical design document itself, and we produce a suite of documents to go with it, including the water sensitive design document alluded to earlier. It's empowered by the Stormwater Bylaw, which was approved by this committee a couple of months ago. So this is a sample of the sorts of things that are covered in the document. And our briefing note did include a copy of the document. I've got a black and white copy here. My next slide covers the development of the standard. Because of the 7 legacy standards in use, there's been a really strong focus on engagement with engineers mainly and the development community, both inside council and external. We've used a technical working group made up of stormwater and development engineering specialists and developed some engineering decision-making criteria which we'll now use on all of our engineering standards. This group and process have been used to review every decision in the document to give it technical robustness. As I said earlier, we've collaborated with Watercare and Auckland Transport to make this work well as part of the wider document. And we've got a technical collaboration group set up across the 3 entities to collaborate on a number of technical issues, and I'm really proud of what we're achieving in that space. We consulted on scope with Mana Whenua as we were developing the document to make sure that the document could enable their required outcomes. The feedback that we got from them, which is included in the briefing, was mainly around stormwater separation and quality treatment on land and discharge to land where possible. We developed a first draft of this document and held internal roadshows for feedback across council staff, Auckland Transport and Watercare, and issued version 1 to industry in October 2013. This was specifically issued a good while before being empowered by the bylaw to make sure that we could get feedback from anyone who wanted to give it. Later on in 2014, we held a number of workshops also to seek feedback. And to do that, we did email through the lists of all the developers and consultancies that we knew, but we also sent a general request out through IPENS, which would have gone to any members of IPENS, including environmental people who are members of IPENS, to make sure that we got good feedback. And the turnout to consultations was certainly in the hundreds of people overall. As an engineering standard, this is focused on good practice and consistency without gold plating. We have a process to revise the standard, which we propose to do annually for the next few years, to cover consistency with the unitary plan requirements, because some aspects of the stormwater elements of the unitary plan are still in mediation at the moment. Any technical changes to good practice, feedback from industry, and any innovative approaches or materials sanctioned by council. And we also have a specific technical process for this, sanctioning of innovative approaches or materials. We will continue to use the same decision-making process, which I believe has given us a good quality standard based on sound engineering outcomes and excellent collaboration across industry.
Thank you, Sarah. And Steve, questions? Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Sarah. You said that you sent it to IPENS, and any environmental groups that were members of IPENS would have access to it. Which environmental groups and in which membership class of IPENS are they members? Do you know the names? Because I do know that, confident that...
Through the chair, I do know that IPENS has the Sustainability Society. I'm a member of the Sustainability Society. So it's a cross collaboration, well, it's a cross technical aspects group, but IPENS has that as one of its technical groups. So there will be a lot of people who are part of that Sustainability Society who've been involved. I'm assuming that through the council, we'll have got people through things like the Institute of Planners. I believe we contacted the Institute of Planners directly, but I can find out for you and come back to you.
The New Zealand Institute of Landscape Architects?
Through the chair, the document that we have is, I suppose, mainly focused on buried infrastructure. We've been working with the Auckland Design Manual people internally to make sure that it covers our own architectural requirements where relevant, but I don't think there are many places where it would be.
So is this document more about hard piped infrastructure and less about landscape?
Yep.
Because if I did read through the appended document, or it wasn't with the agenda, but there was a reference to it, and it's a very lengthy document, but one is struck by the enormous volume of material about how to lay a culvert, a pipe, the specs on pipes, and there's a lot about pipe diameters, coarseness of pipes, and the list goes on. And then there is a section on water-sensitive design, but there's a reference to the fact that the code of practice overtakes the water-sensitive design documents that are referenced. And in fact, the water-sensitive design chapter is yet to be written in full. So I guess, Sarah, what I'm really angling for here is you've heard probably me and some others express concern about old-fashioned engineering. I'm not sort of laying that on the table again, but I guess I have been searching and others have been searching for this council to arrive in a space where we don't continue piping streams at the rate of 10 kilometres per annum. without interrogating this whole report, I really am struggling to have the confidence right now that we're not that we are reversing that course, and that we are focusing on water-sensitive design. But I don't see that in here, especially in the absence of that particular section.
Through the chair, with water-sensitive design, our key focus was getting the philosophy out there first. So we've actually focused on the water-sensitive design document to make sure that from the unitary plan, which has raised it as a concept, the first thing that developers see is this document, which it takes you through the entire consenting process, not just development engineering, and puts the business case for why it's a good idea. So this was the first priority for water-sensitive design, to get out there to actually say to people, it's a really good idea. This needed to be in place before we start developing before we finalise the actual nuts and bolts detail, which is in these sorts of documents, about what the minimum standards are. So important to bear in mind, this is a technical standard. This is, in a hierarchy, it's the bottom line of the minimum that we actually want. And we took a choice with water-sensitive design to put the aspirational best practice out there first. So we've got this document, and very shortly we will have a whole range of design documents that tell people how to design all of the water-sensitive design elements in there. And then we'll give them the set of our minimum standards for water-sensitive design. But from that engagement perspective, it seemed to us to be much more important to actually get the broad concept of not just how to, but why to, out there first.
I'll just ask one more question, Mr. Chair, because I think others might have some interest here too. But Sarah, in the document, under water-sensitive design, it's a very brief chapter. The last sentence reads, "The requirements of this code of practice take precedence over the guidance provided by the above documents," which is the water-sensitive design document. And for me, it says, lowest common denominator, go for the minimum, because the code of practice says that's all you need to do. And in fact, those words, the way that last sentence is written, it says, it's almost permission to go low, to do the bare minimum. Why have that sentence there? For me, this is really important. Why have a sentence that says you can ignore the above?
Through the chair, from an engineering hierarchy, the minimum standards are always referred to as the bottom line. The buck stops here. The process of engaging with the development community is in part to persuade people to take up water-sensitive design, and to work with us on understanding what the minimum standards should be. When we have a minimum standards chapter for, it is actually going to be water-sensitive design and landscape architecture, which we're working on at the moment. When we have that chapter, that will in itself supersede that line. So part of the reason that we're doing yearly updates is to make sure that we correspond across ourselves with how we work in this space. But in the moment, there is no minimum standard for water-sensitive design other than what we have in the stormwater chapter at present.
Thanks. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, I think it would have been suitable for this document to first come to the Infrastructure Committee and then come to this committee. In terms of the introduction, general objectives, legislation and policy, given the importance of stormwater in this maritime region, I thought it would have been appropriate and should be appropriate, and I would like to see it done, the inclusion of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park Act should be in the national legislation under 4.2.2. Given the environmental impacts of stormwater on our marine environment, and I didn't join in the discussion over the Tamaki estuary, but the benthic marine invertebrates in the Tamaki estuary and other parts of the inner Waitemata and Manukau harbours are impacted in terms of bioaccumulation of heavy metals, and it's a major pollution problem in our marine environment. I would have hoped that there was some acknowledgement of our statutory requirements under Section 13 of that Act. Every person making a decision must comply with the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park Act. So please have a look at that and include it. In terms, coming back from the general to the very specific, one of the oldest and simplest forms of stormwater pollution protection are catch pits. There's a minimal reference to catch pits there, something about Auckland transport, for God's sake. This is an environmental, this is not a transport problem unless it's transporting pollutants. This is our core business, statutory business, and there's a reference there to, you know, Auckland transport. It's their problem. I would like to see more reference here to catch pit sizes, and also, probably most importantly, how often, what is the optimum time to clean the catch pits out. I'll make those points. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Casey. Councillor Cooper.
Mr. Chairman, I would hate any reference to transport coming out, because we know that huge amounts of heavy metals come off brake pads from cars and go down stormwater lines straight to the sea. So builders of roads and footpaths absolutely need to be included in this. That's one of the biggest issues we face with the pollution of our harbour. So can we please make sure that direction from Councillor Lee does?
Through the chair, this is an indication of the collaboration between us and Watercare and Auckland Transport. Auckland Transport has written another chapter of the code, part of which covers catch pits and has all of our requirements in there, because we drew a line separating who was writing which bits, so that we didn't have the same content in more than one chapter that might have slightly contradicted itself. It is covered in the Code of Practice, it's just not in the stormwater section of the Code of Practice, it's in the transport section of the Code of Practice. Catch pit maintenance is covered in an operational manual, which is developed by Auckland Council Stormwater in collaboration with Auckland Transport, again to make sure that we have a shared understanding of what the requirements are.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Yeah, really I just allude to the comments I made earlier about a joined-up approach to how we look after the environment. What I see here is another example of a not joined-up approach.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
The concern that I have...
No, Councillor Walker...
I'm allowed to express an opinion, Mr. Chair.
We just talked about collaboration.
What I think is essential is that we need to take these sorts of documents and test them out against what we see happening on the ground and what local boards see happening. So over in Waiheke, they're trying to retain their swales. They're trying to enhance the stormwater network so that they don't have so much pollutant ending up in their local coastal environment. And they're not getting anywhere. They're finding difficulties with stormwater department within council and also Auckland Transport. I share some of the concerns that Councillor Darby has raised as they go to water sensitive design. I don't see our city
doing the sort of things that I see other cities doing around stormwater. So I go to local reserves in Melbourne, for example, and I see them taking stormwater and reusing it for irrigation. I see them treating stormwater so it can be enhanced.
Can you speak to me when
There are
if this is
there
part
are
of your
cities
speech? Is
there
this
are
your
cities
speech?
that are taking stormwater and ensuring that that stormwater is being used to recharge aquifers and the like. There isn't any mention of that here. In terms of looking at water as something that's living, as an integral part of the environment, not as simply something to be shifted from A to B, I don't see it adequately here, Mr. Chair. And that is why one of the things that we need is an overarching water strategy. And I keep going back to that. We're not picking it up
Point of order, Mr.
in our
Chairman, this is a
growing greener,
technical document.
and we need to pick it up.
Thank you.
Well, it's
Not a
these technical
policy.
documents that carry through the strategies.
Okay,
If you don't have the
Order.
overarching concerns, what
Councillor
you deliver
Walker,
on does not
Councillor
perform.
Walker, please, I'm trying to run the meeting and you're just talking over me. But,
Well,
so
other people are talking over me, Mr.
on
Chair.
the, we've now got the motion on the floor that the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee approve the Code of Practice for Land Development and Subdivision, Chapter 4, Version 2, November 2015, as attached to this report as the control under the Stormwater Bylaw 215, with effect from 1 November 2015. Now, maybe you should have been involved in the bylaw, sitting on the bylaw thing, and you would have been able to...
He doesn't
put
do
in-
bylaws.
Don't you do
Doesn't
bylaws?
on one
Okay.
bylaw.
B is delegate the
Point of order,
approval-
Mr. Chair. I object to your using your position as chair to attack myself as a councillor. That's totally inappropriate,
Okay, sorry,
and you should
apologies.
admonish yourself.
George,
Okay.
speak to yourself, George.
Delegate the
Point of order,
approval
Mr.
of
Chair,
any minor
disrespecting the
amendments
chair.
to the Stormwater Code of Practice as a result of any changes discussed by the committee to the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee, who will work in consultation with the Chief Engineer. And C, agree that any future amendments to the Stormwater Code of Practice to reflect ongoing technical changes should be consistent with the unitary plan, and the use of the innovative technology approaches where accepted by council will be made by the Chief Engineer under delegation from the Chief Executive. So, Councillor Knapp, sorry. Councillor Knapp.
Chairman, can I request that the national legislation have the Hauraki Golf Marine Park
Yeah, I
Act
think
included?
you've
Thank you.
noted that. Yes, Councillor Darby?
Thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if we could add, would it be a D? We've got a C so far. And I'll just check the wording with Sarah. We've heard that the water-sensitive design section and the landscape design section is yet to be incorporated. And so I'm wondering if we can put up a D that we endorse the water-sensitive design and landscape design sections to be incorporated at the earliest opportunity.
Well, that's up to the mover.
Oh,
and
we'll
seconder.
cope with that.
Okay.
So the words are endorse the water-sensitive design and landscape design sections. Is that the correct words?
It's
It is
one,
slow
it's
down.
one
That's
section,
fine.
but not sections.
Section, singular,
Yes.
be incorporated at the earliest opportunity.
Don't want you sitting around doing nothing.
Okay, that's D. So, you've got that now, Madam Chair? Madam Secretary?
Technical document of which we will get more.
I was just going to ask,
That's Mr. Alcott, sorry.
I was just going to ask about the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. And I was just really going to ask, now I know this is a technical document.
Which ones?
Hey.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them. I know this is a technical document. Sorry, Chair, I should be talking through you, then I won't listen to the fluff that's going on outside. I know this is a technical document. Where does the Māori kaupapa come into this technical document, or is that in a separate document that sits alongside this?
Through the chair. This is a minimum engineering standard document, which is intended to embody the principles that we consulted with Mana Whenua on. We believe that as we go through the water sensitive design process, that we will, our end intent is obviously to increase the Maori of the waterways. And we believe as we go through the water sensitive design process with the tools as well as the minimum standards that we will enable that. But we do have the components that relate to those specific engineering elements in there. It is an engineering standard rather than a policy, so I know it's very dry on the content, but
No, it's not,
I do know
it's
that.
water.
But it is meant to capture our policy requirements.
Thank you.
Right, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Sorry.
Against A.
We think we need to add the word and bylaws in there.
Sorry, I was waving my...
Consistency with the unitary plan and relevant bylaws. Would that be?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Mr
that-
Chair, I was
Yeah,
waving my
yeah,
pen
sorry.
trying to get your attention and was ignored.
Okay, so we'll now adjourn for lunch. After lunch, we've still got a few items. The next item coming up is the, is it controls under the...
Solid waste.
Item 10, controls under the solid waste bylaw. Then 12, regional pest management plan. 13, arts, culture and strategic action plan. And then we've got 3 submissions that have already been put in, so it's retrospective. Oh, did you? So we'll adjourn and come back at, say, 25 to 2. Thank you.
No idea.
Discussing submissions have already been submitted.
And,
Solid waste
oh, you got a team review here.
10 minutes.
Item 10, 10 minutes.
10. For all, and Sophie, Sophia?
Helgard now.
Oh, Helgard. I took a mouthful. Helgard, your experienced team. So what do you got to tell us about this one of using solid waste for land purposes? Is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got Helgard here with me, who was with bylaws earlier, but now is part of the Waste Solutions team. So we've got him as the program manager for the WMP. And I've got Sophie here with me as well, who is the specialist in the bylaw area in my team. Just a quick, brief overview of what you've got in front of you. We had the WMP, or the Waste Management Plan, adopted in 2012. Soon after that, we adopted a solid waste bylaw, which helps deliver on the waste management and minimization plan. Within the bylaw, there were requirements for licensing operators that collect, transport, and dispose of waste, and there are also requirements for licensing waste facilities. This kicks in, facility licensing kicks in for the entire region from end of October, beginning of November this year. What we've brought in front of you is a control which just merely clarifies what that licensing, on what facilities can we actually license, because the bylaw requires all facilities to be licensed except for clean fills. And what we had done in the bylaw previously, that clarification wasn't there in terms of what that clean fill material might mean. So we've done consultation within the council family, talked to people in the unitary plan space and other areas where there might have been development around this issue. And we've had a brief interaction with industry as well in terms of what we are talking about and how that might impact them and what their views might be on what clean fill material is. And this is what has come in front of you as a control, which is basically clarifying what those definitions are. So it's not changing the intent of the bylaw that was passed by council in a couple of years back, but it is just clarifying and making it clear for us to then go on and license those facilities.
Righto then, people. Is there any questions of the team? No questions? Mr. Wilcox?
I'm happy to move it, Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Wilcox got a question.
So I'm looking at this. Do we have a definite number of how many of these clean fills, etc., that we have?
Through the chair, we don't have a definite number as of date. We can go by what are the numbers that are consented and the information that's held by council at the moment. But as we explore this area in the future, we will get to know more. And we have been requesting people to tell us where they have information on where these might be as well.
Yeah, I just want to know, how will that process occur? I mean, I've seen landfills that people have had permits for from the 1960s.
Very difficult ones in the west.
Just trying to understand what that process is going to be. I mean, for the general public.
So in terms of the workshops that we did with industry, we collated a whole list of consented clean fills, both present and expired. And we also did some research, mostly online, in terms of clean fill facilities. We ended up with about 130 different companies, but we are aware that there will be some that we don't know of. However, as part of the collectors and transporters licensing, they have to report data to us monthly on where they're taking their waste, and so hopefully this will sort of close that loop on where that waste is going, which will obviously bring up some new sites that we weren't aware of, but it is a sort of ongoing process.
Through the chair, there is also within the industry, they would like to tell us the ones that are not licensed as well. So there is a bit of that in terms of the ones who get licensed. They will be able to tell us the others that are not under the same umbrella.
One more further? Yep. Yeah. So why I'm asking this question is that I had experience with a demolition crew who actually demolished a building and then carted it onto an unlicensed, unknown clean field. Are you saying that now anybody applying for a demolition order will have to report back as to where they've dumped the stuff?
Yeah, if they meet the 20 tonnes per annum that they're transporting as waste, then yes, they will have to be a licensed waste collector and report that data to us. We have been working with members of that industry as well through the transportation and the fill site aspect of this work.
Do they pay tip levy?
Pardon?
Do they pay the tip levy?
The landfill levy, the levy is only on landfills at this point in time, it's not on clean fills.
Councillor Webster, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, and Parul, this is great. There's some real problematic clean fills, and as you know, in the Taupaki area and Red Hills, you know, movements of trucks, so hopefully this will sort something out in there. Whether they're legal or illegal, it's causing huge problems, so you all know where I'm talking about. Thank you. I'm happy to second this. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Penrose, seconded by Councillor Webster. I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Thank you very much, team.
Yep.
So we've done 11. We now move to number 12, item 12, which is Regional Pest Management Plan Review. This is Helen Sharp and Dr. Imogen Bassett, correct? No.
Actually, my manager, Jenny Fuller.
Centre have lost Imogen in transit somewhere. She'll probably come in soon.
Oh, okay. So you people are going to present on it, eh? Yep. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
So we're now moving into the area of pest management and the Regional Pest Management Plan. I have a short presentation of 3 slides to provide some context, but if you feel that you don't need that, it is a relatively straightforward.
I think that is it.
Okay, thank you.
The chair's interested. I think everybody else will be.
I'm very interested.
Yeah,
With you.
thank you.
To set some context, regional pest management plans are documents under Part 5 of the Biosecurity Act. So they are statutory documents. They enable regional councils and unitary authorities to provide for the eradication and or management of harmful organisms which are already present in New Zealand. They have very strong rule-making components, and they are also used as means of prioritising pest control by councils. Our current strategy, 2007 to 2012, so you can see that it's past its use by date. It is still in force, but it is getting quite old now. So the plan needs an overhaul to respond to changes in the science, the operations, community expectations for pest control, and also changes to the Biosecurity Act, which put into force a document called the National Policy Direction, with which all pest management plans need to comply. We're going about this by running a 2-stage consultation process, and the document that you have in front of you is to facilitate the first stage, which is less formal, wide-ranging, open-ended consultation. The document provides an overview of pest issues, asks some questions around key issues in the Auckland region, and seeks to engage the wider community in pest management. The responses that we get will inform the proposed pest management document, which will be drafted next year, early next year, and then we'll go to a second round of consultation, a stage 2, which will be more formal and probably have a hearings process associated with it. This is an overview of the process so that you can see where we are at the moment with the discussion document before you for adoption. There will then be a public consultation period which expires before Christmas. We need to extend our current plan, which we have done several times in the past. We will then prepare the proposed pest management plan, and that contains some quite comprehensive information on cost-benefit analysis, cost allocation and other statutory requirements, interaction with other acts and other councils, and we will put that before you for approval, hopefully around the middle of next year. Another consultation process, and then final approval and an appeals period in about 18 months' time, we hope.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on this one? Mr. Wilcox?
In this management plan, does this also include how to eradicate them? I mean, is it going to say you can't use a gun to shoot the swallows or things like that, or how's it going to actually?
Generally, it doesn't go into that level of operational detail. There are operational plans that sit underneath that would provide that kind of information if it's needed.
Yeah, I think generally it's an outcome focus rather than the methods underlying that outcome.
Okay, and my second question is then, you've said there that you're going to have another hui with Māori, with mana whenua in general. Has there been any one-on-one discussions? Because I do remember Nick coming out and talking to us like about 2 years or maybe 3 years ago. Nick Waipara, when this first came about, because he said it had already expired.
Yes, it was about to expire, and then we extended it to keep it in force. So it's out of date, but it hasn't legally expired.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my question was, through your chair, are we going to have this one-on-one with the groups that are in the Kaipara, for instance, or in Mahurangi?
Yep. There is consultation planned with on a group basis and a regional basis, but anyone who is particularly interested and who wanted a one-on-one presentation or talk is welcome to seek that from us as well.
And we have already done some one-on-one conversations with a few iwi who've indicated interest in that, and we can certainly do more. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, I mean, this is good. And I can see that you've got some examples, and you look at individual residents and you look at communities. A particular community that I'm involved with, the Whangapā Peninsula, has got a pest-free peninsula project. So initially it's targeting specific pests, rats, mustelids and the like, but the idea is to expand that to all pests, and that includes plant pests. It'd be useful to have some coverage of that kind of approach, because as much and all as you can approach something on the basis of an individual pest, from a community perspective, from a geographic perspective, that sort of concept has got a lot of merit. It is already the case with obviously islands and so on, of which there are a number, and it's expanding. And just taking it further, given that the progress so far, I wouldn't say it's exponential, but the curve is like that, we could have a pest-free New Zealand. I mean, that's the target. You know. And I just wonder if it's possible to incorporate some form of target in the kind of approach we have, a bit like the zero waste target that we've got, which is aspirational, but why not a pest-free target? Just put that out there. I wouldn't mind a response. Through you, Mr. Chair, of course.
In the content of the plan, all the pests need to be managed under one of 5 program types, and those are set by the legislation. And within those, you seek outcomes and methods. So it would be theoretically possible to put targets in there, but whether or not it's appropriate or that is better left to an operational document underneath, because the plan generally needs to apply to the whole region. You can have some sites, but overall the main approach is by pest, by species, rather than by area.
Councillor Casey?
I think we were going to have an additional response, I think, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, could I just add to that through the Chair? The plan will also have a strategic function as well. So we have a regional leadership function. So as well as that species-led approach for rules, it would certainly be possible to have some nod to the idea that there are areas that we might focus on, communities, things which are strategically important or that we might aspire to,
Follow.
that could definitely be acknowledged.
So, just through you, Mr Chair, does that process overlay this or run in tandem with this? Because obviously you're going to be capturing information from people, they're going to be making suggestions, and as much and all as they might directly form part of this process, they very much relate to it.
Yes, through the chair, those comments will certainly be gathered through the same process. Yeah.
Councillor Casey?
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions. The first is, could you just enlighten the committee about how you're approaching the problem of cats?
Through the chair, we haven't chosen to explicitly raise this in the discussion document. So this is a very preliminary document where we've raised a small number of high-level issues or things that we particularly thought would stimulate some public conversation, but we'll certainly make it clear to people that we're seeking feedback that is across the board and not just restricted to those specific species or issues that are raised there. So we can definitely receive feedback at this point on cats. We're not, with respect to cats and indeed almost every other species, we haven't actually got to a point yet of determining a specific approach that we would have in mind. That's further down the track, and we'd hope that this initial public discussion phase will inform that process.
Oh, it's just as part of the animal management bylaw, cats was a major issue, and we kept telling the cat people that we would be looking at it through this regional pest management strategy, and you've got red-eared turtles and goats, and I thought cats would be right up there as one of the issues for
we did consider it, but we considered that it has already had some airing through the bylaws process, and that also there is quite an engaged public conversation about it anyway, so we expect that we will get submissions on that from quite a number of parties. So we've done some initial stakeholder consultation with organisations such as the SPCA, but also even with other stakeholder consultation that's unrelated to cats, people do bring up the issue of cats, not infrequently. So we expect that it's not something we need to explicitly articulate in that document in order to elicit feedback.
I'm not sure about that because I don't know that people associate regional pest management with cats. That's all.
In my experience, they do.
They do,
we
all right.
Definitely,
accept
people are not backwards in coming forwards on their opinion on that one.
Just still on cats, will the submissions that went to the animal management bylaw on cats be looked at under the regional pest management strategy?
We could certainly take them into consideration if that's desirable, I would think.
Yes, we can. Our primary response needs to be to the submissions that we receive, but when we receive those and they raise other issues and we know that there's other material that has happened within council that we can use, then yes, we will.
All right, because we couldn't do anything with the cat things that came in because we weren't looking at cats under animal management. Okay, that was a difficult one, but pukeko, is pukeko currently on your list of pests?
It should be.
Yeah. Shut up.
Should be.
Through the
They
chair.
breed so fast.
Through the chair, we are not considering any native species on our current list.
Oh. What was your name again?
They're Australian.
What a wonderful answer.
They need culling.
And
They're
the last one was simply...
overstayer.
The last one was simply, there was a horrible incident recently involving a member of the public who poisoned a dog by putting a poison trap in a public place. Is the issue of public place trapping and poisoning covered in this, the actual technicalities of it?
Through the chair, it's a similar answer to the answer to Glenn Wilcox's question. It's more about the outcomes that we want to achieve for any given species or site. It's not about the methods through which we achieve that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks, team. So I'm not going to bore into a burrow here, but you're going to go out and talk to the general public, individuals and groups, and you're going to get a lot of feedback with people with some very high aspirations of ridding all the roadsides of tobacco and privet, all the railway lines, and they're great goals. Will that sort of messaging be tempered with some of the realities around the practicability and financing of some of these particularly aspirational goals?
Yes, absolutely. It's a requirement of the work that we do that all the pests go through a cost-benefit analysis, and that's quite a comprehensive process that we are also engaging external specialist consultants on to basically give that reality check and make sure that the financial side, that it's realistic and it's doable.
And in addition to the financial feasibility, we actually also need to look at the technical feasibility. So often people will say to me that we should be eradicating, for instance, woolly nightshade from the region, but we know that actually that's not a technically feasible option. So there needs to be some balance.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so I heard that, almost some of that was start of page, or stage 2, you're doing that as part of this initial public consultation, the very broad one as well. It's included in the front, the first phase 1.
Yeah, so this initial phase is a very
Cool,
broad,
thank you, I misunderstood it, sorry.
Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I wonder if the officers could tell me what they consider, in their expert opinion, would be the leading environmental animal pest or the most damaging ecosystem pest in the Auckland region.
I think that I'll let Imogen answer from her technical point of view, but I think that the most damaging pest, it depends on the values that you're looking at. So in the plan and under the Act, you're considering economic values, environmental values, impacts on relationship between Māori and their culture and lands, health and recreation. So some pests have a greater effect on some values, and I'm not sure that it's possible to single one or two out and say that overall those are the biggies.
The answer?
Yeah, through the chair, I think Helen's right that it is very context
Oh, I'd have to tell you
specific.
that the most damaging ecosystem pest is the shipwreck Rattus, but there's no mention of that in here. And I think just as well Kiwi Rail didn't come talking to you guys when they cleared all the weeds out of the Western Corridor, and they've done a brilliant job. But I'm a little bit underwhelmed by it, actually, as a document. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. No other questions? Councillor Darby.
The new section interests me is marine pests, and you're engaging on that, and that's been overlooked, too hard basket, too expensive, invisible, we don't notice it because we look at the surface and everything above it. That's been the approach bluntly in the past. But in the document itself, you don't you ask the question, is this important? But you don't give any lead-ins as to some of the species of concern. Well, maybe it is there, but I couldn't spot it. And I'm just wondering whether Aucklanders really need a bit of a lead-in, because I don't think most Aucklanders would know of the devastation of the seafloor and shellfish beds that has been caused by invasive marine species. I'm just wondering, did you give some consideration to teasing that out a bit?
Yes, we did. It's still very early days for the reasons that you mentioned with marine pests and the feasibility of dealing with them. But we are working now with other councils, neighbouring councils at the top of the North Island on a more collaborative approach, and also looking at what are the worst pests that we have, marine pests, and that is something that we could consider for our proposed plan, where there is the ability to go into more detail.
Okay.
Councillor Webster.
Yes, thank you. Probably on that subject, have you contacted the Integrated Kaipara Management Group, because they've done a lot of work on marine pests in the Kaipara, and we had NIWA speak to us at one of our recent meetings, so there are issues out there. And of course the other issue that we've got, particularly in some of our beach areas, are rabbits undermining dunes, particularly in the Omaha sort of area, very bad in there. So there are groups that I'm sure will be very interested in what you're doing, and are actually working on the ground to eradicate some of this anyway. So
through the chair, we do have quite an extensive engagement calendar that does include that group and others. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Okay, people. Okay, well, question, is there? Okay, well, Arthur's going to move the recommendation. I'll second it. Then no discussion. I'll put the recommendation. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? That carried. Thank you very much, ladies. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
We now move to item number 13, and Councillor Fulakaira, who's the chair of the committee, the Arts, Culture and Events. Is that the one? Arts, Culture and Events.
Yep.
Committee. Got a good team here lined up. So, do you want to speak first? Or you?
Well, I just wanted to sort of put some background to, and then I can hand it over to the ladies if that's okay with you, Chair. Okay, cool. Look, obviously with this strategy, it's one of our core strategies that will obviously deliver on the Auckland plan. And one of the strategic directions on the Auckland plan was regarding arts and culture. So I really just wanted to tell people, and I wanted to thank the people involved with this. It's a long time coming, Chair.
Yeah.
This journey started for me in 2010, when myself and His Worship the Mayor had the first meeting in regards to a strategic action plan. When we had our first meeting with all our partners and our trusts around the direction we needed to head. So to the councillors that were on the first Culture and Arts Committee, and also on the second one, I say thank you, because they have allowed this journey to continue. I also, Chair, just want to acknowledge, and from the start, Beverly Fletcher. Beverly Fletcher again started in 2010 with us. Raywin Stoning came on board. Alice Farwell came on board, Rebecca then came on board, and then Marie came on board with Liz Civil, and it's just now come to a point that what we have in front of us is the strategic action plan, and I want to say thank you to all of you that have been part of this whole journey. I have been championing the strategic action plan since 2010, and I'm just so glad that it's now come to this point. And just the last thing, through you, Chair, is really around the people. And Marie will be talking about our steering group and the people on that steering group. But right from the start, Stephen Wainwright, the CEO of Creative New Zealand, was right on board in regards to our action plan. We even had Helen Barthel at our last meeting talk about and made comments about the action plan and how supportive they are. But yeah, look, it's a long time coming, 5 years, and again, I just wanted to sort of say thank you to the councillors involved in all this work and our recommendations.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions of the Councillor Lee?
Mr. Chairman, I read about this strategic action, arts and culture strategic action plan, which seems to be a combination of a strategy and an action plan. Normally they're two separate things, but however, I read about it in the Herald, and Brian Rudman, a senior member of the Herald journalism establishment, a quintessential liberal person, and certainly an arts and culture buff and advocate, was scathing about this document, and he made the point that it shouldn't, this sort of document should not be about the glories or supremacy of one culture or one ethnic group over the rest. And I'm afraid that's what it is. It seems to have muddled up culture with ethnicity. And yes, there are certain overlaps in those definitions, but culture, as normally understood in terms of art and culture, is more about the creative cultures, the world culture that we all share, the culture of not just Maori culture, which this document completely focuses on really, or to the exclusion of just about everything else, but this document seems to shut out any understanding or appreciation or promotion of culture in the normally accepted meaning of the word, which governments and local governments do promote. We've turned our back on the culture of Shakespeare and Chopin and Verdi and Mozart, and we're just focusing on the culture of one ethnic group above all others, and it happens to be Maori, which in Auckland happens to be the number 4 in terms of ethnic groups in the region. Now, that's fine, but we are going to the people of Auckland, of all of those ethnic groups, to pay for this, and that's not a fair go. It doesn't bring credibility to this council where we go in an extreme direction and focus on one aspect of culture and an unusual definition of culture in the sense of art and culture. And I know that this council and the officers now are very politically correct, but I'm concerned about a conformity which is being imposed on this council, a thoughtless conformity which is not sustainable over time and not helpful for any ethnic group, for that matter, in terms of harmony and unity going forward. So I have to say, I've looked at this strategic action plan, how I could improve it, but it is actually so muddled up and so non-artistic and so non-cultural in the normal meaning of that word that it actually is quite hopeless. So that's my view. And I have to say, I have to share Brian Rudman's view on this, on this strategic action plan, and I think most people in Auckland, particularly in the arts and cultural community, would share those views.
I just wonder, if you go to page 13, well, page 167, but page 13 of the document, it says our people. I just wonder if you change the position of those 2 paragraphs, 4.1, first paragraph, and put this, the second paragraph in as the lead paragraph there. Okay, I think that may be just an issue.
I just didn't get that, so.
Chick, can I? What am I looking at?
Oh, I think Leslie.
Sorry, no, I'm just reading that, just what Councillor Lee's saying. It does kind of hit you in the face.
What section of the document?
Sorry?
What section of the document itself?
Section 4, our strengths and opportunities.
Am I looking in the right book?
So instead of saying the plan recognises, let's just say Auckland is the most ethnically diverse region in New Zealand.
Page, please.
You happy with that?
Which page is it?
Well, it's page 13 of the actual plan, and it's page 167 of the document.
Thank you.
On it's this attachment document.
Get that.
Wow.
I haven't got that. Yeah, we haven't got that. I never look at it online.
You'll do that, will you? Yeah, okay.
Chair, can I just wanted, because what's just been said by Councillor Lee is obviously debatable.
Well,
but no, sorry, I was just going to say, and I know you're chairing the committee, I just wanted Marie and Rebecca and Kataraina to really address some of the issues that he has raised, and I know you're going to do that, Chair, because they are wrong and they are his. So I just wanted to at least give the ladies an opportunity.
Oh, look, I don't really want to get into a...
well, they might want to respond, Mr. Chair.
Exactly.
No one can see notice of
Okay,
what
you
Mike
can
said
respond,
anyway.
but, you know...
I see Manukau translated as a road in Auckland.
Councillor Lee, you had a pretty good bite of the speaking to you. So if you got any comments? No comments? Well, no. So
well, then can I speak on this item? Chair, I laid it down. We can have questions, but I just wanted to speak to
Mr. Wilcox on before you.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I just want to put my name there, Chair.
Yeah. So I suppose the last time I looked, Mozart was from Austria, Verdi was Italian, Chopin was Polish, I think the only Anglo-Saxon guy in there is Shakespeare. So I think we're really pretty
Well, they might like
multicultural
Wilcox.
as it is. So, I mean, I don't understand the position that we're not catering to other ethnicities, because I think we've got a fair little pack there out of Europe alone. But I think the main thing I'd like to say about this is it recognises Māori as Indigenous people in this country. It doesn't say they're better than anybody else. My God, who's the person who's saying that? Only idiots in the paper by the sound of it. And it also understands, and it says so in our people kaupapa, that actually we're changing faster than this document is actually going to be able to keep up. You go to Albany, you're struggling to hear an Anglo-Saxon word.
Absolutely. Cape Town to
You
Cairo.
know, you know, so I'm more than comfortable with this document. I mean, I looked down at further down to attachment B of the local board arts and culture actions. I mean, there's a fair smattering of, you know, there's the Howick people and there's all these, you know, I mean, and even in our own selves, I mean, Westies are Westies, and they, you know, they ain't going to mix with people from Oraki. So I mean, you know, and their culture is their culture.
Not Waiheke.
So I mean, I'm quite happy with that. Maori culture is its culture, and it's dynamic, and it's moving, and it's changing. And just as the dynamism that's in Auckland now, I mean, who would have said that the Lantern Festival would be as big as it is now, 5 years or 10 years ago? So it's happening faster than we can keep up with, you know. And I just say, well, you know, I think we've had a fair smattering from others. So my question is this a Maori-centric kaupapa?
Oh, look, I don't think you need to ask the officers that question.
Well, I think
It's been said.
It's been said, and I think
Best to ask mine.
and I think they would be able to
Count the
answer.
words, count the words, Member Wilcox.
Oh, God.
Oh,
You know.
yeah.
No, I don't think it's going to get us anywhere. And I think, Councillor Filipaina, you coming back and...
Well,
making another report
Chair, I mean, I laid the platform because it was interesting. It was important that the whakapapa to where we started is mentioned. And I just want to speak to this because I will move the recommendation.
Well,
and
I've
I
just
will-
changed it with the agreed changes.
That's fine with the agreed changes, but I want to at least give our councillors around here as to what has been done in the formation of this strategic action plan. Thank you, Kathy. And because what I've heard from Councillor Lee is so far from the point. It's actually, I knew it was going to happen, and I actually said that to the staff, that I guarantee that Māori will get picked on, and that's exactly what's happening here. So, Chair, look, I really just wanted to point out that when the steering group, we've got members of Creative New Zealand, we've got members of our Arts Trust, we've got members of our universities whose sole responsibility is art and culture. We have got members from central government on there, and they were here. Some of those members of the steering group were here, but as a result of the agenda, they've had to leave, and they've put their apologies in. They continue to ask that they be involved in the implementation stage of the strategic action plan. This has gone through all our local boards, all of them. And I'm sure Councillor Lee has read the agenda and the comments made by all the local boards. I'm sure he has. I'm also sure that he's read the document fully, the strategic action plan fully, that also reminds him that it's not just Māori that's in there, but also it's for all our communities. They had in March of this year, with the 6 goals through you, Chair, they had a meeting at the Auckland Museum, which they brought all our community, our partners, into the Auckland Museum, and they discussed the 6 goals, and what the groups there wanted to do was that they wanted to put their name and their organisation to some of the goals that they would represent. So, Chair, if people want to throw stones from the outside, namely Brian Rudman, let him throw the stones. But that's only one view. So, Chair, thank you.
We never read him
No
anyway.
other speakers? I'm going to put the motion.
Be leaving.
Those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Carried. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Much appreciated.
Mr Chairman, could I just ask where the other volume, I only got one volume, and I see that somebody's waving an attachments volume, but I don't see anybody else with it.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
I can get it
It's
either.
on M.
I don't think that we did get it.
It's online.
The chairman got it.
Online.
But it's another
Yeah,
volume.
but the chairman's...
Oh, I've got a conflict here, so.
I have a standing order for printed versions of everything.
Who are we up to?
I didn't get it, and I don't think anybody else did.
Okay. Well, look, people, this is to retrospectively approve some submissions which we diligently worked through and sent off to the various organisations in Wellington. So the first one is obviously 14. And it's Auckland Council submission to the strategy to prevent and minimise gambling harm 2016-17 to 2018-19.
I'm happy to move that. So
move.
Moved by Councillor Mr Wilcox, seconded by
It's retrospective.
Councillor and Councillor Casey.
Yeah, I'm concerned, and I'll raise my concern here, and that is that we had a discussion a couple of times at various committees when there was a change to the word pokey to become gaming machine or gambling machine or some other such. There was a discussion around this table, and it was agreed that if you asked 100 people in the street about pokies, they would understand what you were talking about. So when I read through this submission, it bothers me greatly the word pokies doesn't appear. Indeed, it's back to gaming stroke gambling machine. Now, a pokey is a pokey. That's what we're talking about. Everybody understands what the International Convention Centre is bringing into the casino in terms of pokies. They do not understand what a gambling or gaming machine is. So can you please tell me why we don't have the word pokies in here?
So through the chair, the language used in the submission is reflecting the Ministry of Health's language. They refer to gaming machines, so as it's a response to their consultation document, we've mirrored the language that they've used, but we'll definitely take that point into account in future.
You could, if you're doing that, then put in brackets behind it, pokies.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions? Okay, I'll move. Sorry, Mr Wilcox.
Oh, I've moved this, haven't I?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, sorry. Just
Retrospective.
great to see your template ko te tāpaitanga o te kaunihero tāmaki makaurau. Congratulations. Ka pai.
Okay, moved by Mr Wilcox, I'll second it.
Oh.
What?
No.
Okay, I'll move it, I'll put it, those in favour?
Aye.
Against, declare. No?
Vote recorded.
Vote recorded, Councillor Penrose. We now go to 15. This is a bit of a damp squib, unfortunately. It's a submission that didn't get very far. It was in relation to the Auckland Council submission on the sale and supply of alcohol extended licensing hours during the Rugby World Cup bill. Bill Cashmore, you're going to move the same bill?
It's, use the word damp squid, Mr Chair, is probably fairly accurate.
It's history, yeah.
It's history.
Well, I think we actually reflected a lot of the sentiments of our communities when this was put in, but it was a major change with the way the Parliament saw the situation. Now, I don't think they'll be doing that too often in the future, but maybe they will.
Too many problems?
So, Councillor Penrose, your second one?
Oh, yeah, I was thinking it because it's history here, but Mr Chair, the question I have for you is, in regards to those who had already applied for a dispensation, have they been reimbursed, or what's the story?
Yeah, I'm interested in that too.
Yeah, it's sitting out there, isn't it? Some of them aren't.
You know what the situation is?
Through you, Mr Chair, the last that I heard was that we weren't going to reimburse them. I know that some councils around the country have gone down that path, but they only had sort of 1 or 2 applicants, whereas I think we had 8.
Well, Mr Chair, in good faith, I think that's that we should be honouring this because it wasn't by our call; it was by the government's call to change the direction of the Rugby World Cup and how they promote alcohol. yet these people, in good faith, applied to council for dispensation, a special licence, and then having to wear the cost of it. I don't think that's fair.
Oh, well, I think we, before we start going down that track, we would have to look at what the difference is between what licence they were granted and what they now have, what their ability is to operate under this new thing. Because I don't know.
Can I suggest we look at it, Mr. Chair?
But it's easy to make a decision here, but I don't know if Mr. Sinclair or
Mr. Chair, there was a number of special licence applications that were submitted and processed, and there was another group of applications that were submitted but were then put on hold because of the bill being notified. Those that had actually been processed through the system have had all of the man hours and investment of council put into those.
Yeah.
The money that was spent by the applicants has been used through the services that have been provided to them through that process.
Yeah. Good answer. Thank you.
Wasn't fair.
Not fair.
Right, I'll put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. And we go to the last one, which is another submission. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Telecommunication. Anthony,
I'll move this.
Unfortunately, Anthony, you've had to wait all day for something which has already happened. Maybe if you just give us a bit of a rundown on what it involves.
All right, so this discussion paper from the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment focused on simplifying the rights of network builders to access private property to install ultra-fast broadband connections. To date, we don't have numbers at this stage. We're trying to get those from the Ministry in terms of how many people are actually currently on wait lists to access the ultra-fast broadband program. Obviously, Council doesn't regulate how people access ultra-fast broadband connections, but we do have an interest in making sure that Aucklanders can access these services as quickly as possible, particularly where they have been built. My understanding is that of the areas where UFB is available, take-up is at around 19%, which is, in my opinion, quite low. And we have a lot of anecdotal data coming through that people are basically being turned away from connecting to the service, essentially because there are a couple of reasons, but mostly around the fact that you need permission from property owners in multi-dwelling units, so apartment buildings, office buildings, shared access driveways. If you're renting, you need specific permission from your landlord to connect the service to the dwelling. And in a lot of cases, either the landlord or the property owner refuses outright, or they're not able to be contacted because they're overseas or otherwise uncontactable. So the proposals put forward by central government have essentially looking at two different options, one being a deemed consent option. So if there's no response from the property owner within a given time frame, then the network operator can move on and complete the installation. The other one being splitting it into a low impact installation or a high impact installation, so they can proceed if the installation's impact is low on the property. If it is high, then there would be a set of criteria they'd have to meet to allay the concerns of the property owners.
Okay. So are you reporting to Council and I's committee sometime in the future on progress with
We've got a working party.
fibre?
Yes, we do have a working party around broadband in general, particularly around serving rural communities, which are currently suffering from having an extreme lack of good quality broadband access. So that's something that can be part of our political working team's discussions.
Yeah, but when you say, Councillor Webster, you have a working party, I think it would be a good one for...
Report back to you, Councillor.
Well, okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, not me, but to this committee.
No, we report into this committee.
Okay. No, I know, it's...
Sorry,
but it hasn't
you
been
must be jet-lagged.
It hasn't been the most kind of rapid take-up, has it?
Excuse me, Mr Chairman, we have actually reported back
Reported back
around.
several times.
We approved the application to the government for extra rural broadband funding. We've done all of that work. That's the latest report.
So this focuses specifically on existing UFB access.
Yeah.
So that's primarily at this stage within the metropolitan Auckland area. So it's an issue that's affecting people right now who have had the network built past their gates, but for various reasons can't access it.
So it's been moved by Councillor Webster, seconded by Councillor... Oh, sorry.
I'll have a second. I've got a question.
Oh, no, Mr Wilcox has got a question, and then Councillor Darby.
I'll second it.
You're going to second it, Councillor Darby?
Yes.
Just a quick one. So last figures I heard was approximately 50% of Auckland residents now are renting, or between 50 and 60%. So what I'm trying to get at is this a way to try and get some of those people onto broadband? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this what central government's put forward is an approach that we generally agree with. It's quite a common sense approach. The way we'd like to see it move forward is a combination of deemed consent and low impact installations. So we'd like to see landowners given the opportunity to respond. Obviously, if they don't respond within a given time frame, then these proposals enable Chorus, for example, in Auckland, who's the network builder, to move ahead and complete the installation, provided that the impacts are low. And that's something that central government is still working on, the definition and criteria for low impact installation. So that's definitely something that will help renters.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cashman.
Well, thanks, Mr Chairman. Note this is retrospective and everything else. Just for a point for information, it's about reinstatements. I understand the low and high impact. Is reinstatement of the land, the property surrounding the actual infrastructure itself, is that being covered off in some other part of the process? The quality of the reinstatement?
The quality of the reinstatement, we've asked central government to provide more detail around what the criteria will be for high and low impact. Obviously some areas, particularly if you're going down a long concrete driveway, there will be some issues around that. So that's something we expect to work more closely with the ministry on once they've developed the policy further.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Just one of the numbers you gave us there is a bit alarming. A 19% uptake where ultrafast is already rolled out. So what is the number where it was rolled out much earlier? You know, like at the beginning of the program, as opposed to what was, say, maybe earlier this year. And is there, I guess, probably don't need all the answers now, but is there a bit of a half an A4 or an A4 of the rollout uptake, and just is there a document somewhere that you can provide to us, or at least maybe?
There is a regional broadband uptake release that MB released in June that I'm happy to circulate. It's a little bit light on the details that we'd like, so we've gone back to the ministry to ask for a bit more of a breakdown, especially around how many people are actually currently actively prevented from taking up the service. So that would give us a bit more of an indication of, if these barriers were removed, how many people would actually have had that service today.
Mr Chair, you'll recall when we rolled out the NEAL program, the ultra-fast broadband on the shore, and we had an extremely low uptake. In fact, there was one school, and that was Kristen's school, that was using it remotely like it could be used. All the others thought that they were using fast broadband, but they were just, you know, same old pipe really. So I think this is of interest to us, and this is not the main thrust of today, but I think we should probably get our heads around that. It just could be just a memo, because you know, Auckland Council has a role here to play in making sure that we do get the uptake and start to release some value of this massive investment. Otherwise, we could be going down the same old track.
Absolutely, and we're perfectly happy to be involved in generating some of that uptake discussion and disseminating some of those key messages. I think at this stage, one of the issues we're grappling with is that because we don't have the information we need from central government, it's hard to make sure that any interventions that we do put in place are actually essentially value for money.
Yeah, sure,
so
absolutely.
it would be great, hopefully we can get the numbers we need from MB to give us an indication of how many people are actually on the wait list to get connected to the service, and that'll give us an indication of sorts of how aware people are of the value proposition of UFB.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, I'll put the motion. It's been moved, seconded by Councillor Webster, seconded by Councillor Cooper, that we retrospectively approve this land access for telecommunications submission. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. And we'll expect that memorandum to come back through the in the next month or so. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, with that, there's nothing else.
Move receipt of 17.
Sorry.
Happy to
Just move it. I think it's procedural.
Yeah, I'll move the receipt of those information items.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Darby. I'll put that motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Declare that carried. Thank you. And that does conclude the meeting.
Yes.
Now we have a workshop.
We have a briefing.
Yeah. Give us a break. Maybe a 2-minute break.
That's 10 minutes. We're 10 minutes late starting, so that's 10 minutes.